next, next, next? What's next, 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 next? What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. What's next? I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near tonight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near tonight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near tonight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines, I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. There's something in the air, it's not just an illusion. And heads are turning, a rumor has it she's not human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she play it ice cold. Ice cold. And if you get a chance, it's just for her amusement. A 30-second romance, what else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she's playing ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for her. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she's playing ice cold.
be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Though supposed to be close for saying you never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody tryna tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Though supposed to be close, we're saying you never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody tryna tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing.
Heading home on the final stretch, of course, coming into Playday 5 of the Oceanic Challenger League here. We've got 2 remaining after today. Gentlemen, coming into it, we have a clear front runner. Circular Spheres at the moment, top of the table. But there is still a possibility that they don't remain there. Cthulhu, coming into today, I mean, is that just a blip? Is it just an unfortunate loss that Get a Grip have suffered? Or is this setting the pace and closing out our stage?
Look, I'll be honest. I think Get a Grip definitely had quite a bit of a slip up, but I think today might be remedied by the match and by the end of it. And honestly, look, for Circular Spheres, it'll have to be quite a hefty slip up if they will end up losing the first place.
And obviously, Proto, you gotta keep in mind that relegation spot coming at the end of the stage. At the moment, for the Oceanic Nationals, it's looking like it might be ground zero. Circular Spheres in their current state, do you reckon they could be the team that takes ground zero out of Nationals?
I mean, maybe if they keep up what they've been putting down in the Challenge League so far, they could be up with a decent possibility to end up going well through the relegations. I mean, they've been looking really, really sharp, even with sort of missing one of their core players in the last couple of Playdays. So take that into mind. When Jappa does come back, they're going to be looking a lot more sharper going forward.
Well, speaking of looking at, let's have a look at our standings and figure out where we are coming into Playday 5, of course. And, I mean, look, Cthulhu, Circular Spheres, they claimed that victory last week. They made it look quite easy, but, I mean, Goofed, his coup d'etat is unfortunately over. He's got the man with a plan, Jappa, back in charge today. Do you reckon that could be a difference maker tonight?
Possibly. I mean, against the remainder of the teams for Spheres, I'd say probably Dynasty would be the one to contest. Against some of the newer introductions like Nutty Gaming, things could be a little bit more lopsided, I still reckon, despite the, Jappa's introduction here. But honestly, having a full 5 core roster now back into the swing of things, I reckon, yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing a good cleanup of their act.
That's the one, and look, there is a lot to talk about, of course, coming into this. You look at the spread between 2nd and 5th Proto, but down the bottom, unfortunately, it seems that maybe #faulty for core wasn't the issue.
Yeah, look, whatever has occurred in the Altered Edge camp so far, unfortunately, even with Faulty in the fray, cannot be rectified, or at least at the moment it seems like that is the case. They've had a couple of pretty decent games, but not being able to surpass 5 rounds against any team is definitely worrying coming into the 5th Playday with any real sort of make a break for that upper spot. I mean, yeah, things haven't been looking great, unfortunately, for Altered Edge, but maybe that changes tonight.
Maybe it does change tonight, indeed. Let's have a look at the schedule and see, well, who's taking who on, where those points could be coming. Match 1 of the day, Altered Zelios versus the Big Dogs. That one could be gearing up to be a rather interesting match to watch, of course. Altered Edge taking on Dynasty. It's going to be a tough one, but there is every possibility we finally see them getting on the scoreboard. Circular Spheres versus Nutty Gaming. And then 1620 Kings to round it out, taking on Get a Grip LFO Cthulhu. If you had to pick a match, if you had to lay your cards down, which is the one to watch tonight?
Oh, I'm kind of actually bouncing between Altered Edge versus Dynasty and 1620 Kings versus Get a Grip. Because on one hand, for Altered Edge, this is actually a good opportunity to finally get back on track. Obviously, against Dynasty is still going to be an uphill battle, but between the two rosters, both of them are starting to, get back into the swing of things, finding their own identity. Whereas 1620 Kings and Get a Grip, one team didn't really change a whole lot ever since the beginning of Stage 1. The other one underwent quite a drastic change, but have been showing some rather great promise, minus obviously the whole slip up that was the whole matchup against Spheres. But it's well, both rosters, it's a setup for the match that could go a long way.
Yeah, look, there's some interesting setups tonight, but I mean, that last match of the evening that I'm looking at, Get a Grip, obviously hot off the back of that loss to Circular Spheres last week in a way that we didn't really expect. It was quite a quick affair. Circular Spheres absolutely manhandled them, but Proto, do you reckon that match could be a little bit easier, closer rather?
Yeah, I definitely think that one will be a little bit more closer, given that 1620 and Get a Grip have looked relatively similar. I mean, in the first couple of play days, we saw Get a Grip absolutely stomping. I mean, they were a completely different roster. But when they came up against Fears last play day, I mean, it kind of just looked like everything sort of just hit a wall. I don't know. It was maybe just an off week for them. Hopefully coming into this week, 1620 versus Get a Grip will be a little bit longer in terms of the scorecard. But even then, at the end of the day, I mean, 1620 could turn around and do a Spheres, or Get a Grip could do the same thing, but 1620 this week. It's all available to happen. Obviously, anything goes, really, at the end of the day.
But, I mean, yeah, it's that match one that I'm most intrigued by, Cthulhu. We know both these teams, maybe not as, you know, look, we've been here for a while. We've got to see what these teams are capable of. But, I mean, Altered Zelios, a team that has openly talked about, you know, being able to thrive in the chaos, being able to have a bit of fun with the game, and then Big Dogs who are trying to scrap together some semblance of cohesion. You'd almost argue that that plays into Altered Zelios' hand.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. The general kind of odds, look, whilst, you know, fragging power-wise, I'd still probably put a little bit more of a favor towards Big Dogs, purely for the fact that the culture and Shot been on an absolute heater in the past few weeks. But on the side of Altered Zelios, yeah, look, as long as they're being given the ground to just play that chaos, as long as the map also allows that sort of play, I mean, I'm, like, sign me up for another Altered Zelios Villa. I will be more than happy to just watch it just over and over again, because the way how they've played, especially, what, their game against, I believe it was either Nutty Gaming or AE, it was just, just so good to watch. And, yeah, I reckon the map pick will very much decide as to what kind of pacing are we going to see from both of these teams.
Well, let's get on into it, of course. Match one of the day. Jumping into it, Altered Zelios taking on the Big Dogs. Now, this particular rivalry hasn't played in the current name state in a while. I think, what, we're looking Stage 3 last year. Cthulhu was the last time Big Dogs versus Altered at Zelios. But tonight, it's a slightly new face for some. Rather, I mean, there's the same stock standard for Altered Zelios. This is a roster that really hasn't gone through too many significant shifts, other than obviously Trippin and Dirty, of course, the newer additions to this roster. But yeah, Big Dogs coming in, Shont, Culture, McKenzie, Fakers, and Boff playing tonight. Proto, this is a team that hasn't been without its flaws, and I mean, what you'd have to argue that they have to have done their homework coming to this matchup, because Altered Zelios is a team that can well and truly exploit those flaws.
You'd hope so. I mean, they are a team that in the past has done really, really well at picking things apart from certain teams. Whether or not that is just the Big Dogs of old, or whether or not they can continue coming into their matchup tonight, obviously with that preparation. Look, big question, but will be answered shortly, because they've done it before. I'd imagine they would have done it coming into this week. But yeah, it's obviously open to interpretation sometimes, Panda. This is a new roster, or some of a new roster, obviously with a minor rebrand as well. So it does sort of come into effect, I guess, a little bit here tonight as well.
And I mean, look, Banana, he's been a bit quiet the last couple of weeks. Cthulhu, when does he warm up? When does he stretch out the hamstrings and get some of that momentum flowing forward, do you reckon?
I think the momentum will arrive once he gets back on the cooking streams, I reckon. This is where, just as long as he's, you know, well fed, well, you know, energized, he can go ham. Honestly, look, this may be the opportunity for him, because obviously with Mackenzie now being part of Big Dogs as well, there could be some really good banter, you know, forming out of all of this.
And going into the map veto, we see it result in a clubhouse here, Proto. Bank, Chalet, Clubhouse, the remaining three, with Clubhouse obviously being the decision. Honestly, both teams have proven quite comfortable on this map.
Yeah, they have. Obviously, one of those basic sort of, I want to say Oceanic 3. We've got Clubhouse, Oregon, and sort of Cafe, I suppose, which are the map that teams are most comfortable on at the end of the day, and there's no real surprise that that is where they are opting to go tonight. Bank being let through the veto so far by AZ, a little bit of a scary prospect. If we'd seen Bank, I mean, could have been on for an interesting match, given that it was one of Big Dog's best maps back in the day, albeit Clubhouse is definitely going to be a good decider, I think, between these two. It sort of levels the playing field a little bit and opens up a lot of possibilities.
Well, unfortunately, the possibility you cast in this map is nil,
low.
Proto. You're going to have to wait till map 2, so we'll let you go off and get your dinner sorted. Cthulhu, we jump on into map 1 of the day. We're going into the old ANZ Standard. Like Proto said, it's kind of, I mean, something that the region's known for. Go into Clubhouse. Both teams can have a little bit of fun with this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Both teams could really have some rather interesting shenanigans. And definitely keen to see how this player. I actually completely forgot that, yeah, Fakers as well was part of Altadeli's at a certain point as well in time. So yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, there may have been, look, Banana advertised his Snapchat on Twitter. I've subscribed for the weekly service.
All right, okay.
So,
Weird.
Hey,
Weird chat moment.
That's
Asking
all
for
I'm gonna
Ben's
say.
feet pics before broadcast. Cool. We'll have to see if that's allowed. Management will have to check this one out. But we see Finker banned out, and I mean Cthulhu on Friday. Oceanic Nationals 100% ban rate for the Finker. Now we start the night off with a Finker ban. Is this sort of where we're expecting teams to start leading?
To a certain degree, yes. Surprising that it is Big Dogs that actually banned out Finker rather than Altadelios, given that Big Dogs have been leading into Finker quite rather frequently. Culture, I believe it was Culture who has been very heavily using and abusing that pick on a number of occasions, but obviously not in this very matchup. But yeah, look, Finker definitely kind of becoming that sort of very frequently banned operator, purely for the fact of just how powerful she can be. Understandably so. She's out. Funnily enough, we talk about the frequency of the bans. Southeast Asian Operation League last Sunday had a 100%, almost 100%, pardon me, ban rate of Wamai. And I'm almost ready to say Azami had like a 75/50% ban rate as well. So it's cool to see that within just the APAC and APAC South in general, it is good to see that, you know, sub-regions are starting to experiment with some of the newer bans, because for such a long while, just we've almost grown accustomed to see that. You see a Thatcher, you see a Mirror ban, you see a Valkyrie ban, what else? Oh yeah, occasional Hard Breach ban, and after that, all you can just think of attempting to analyze that is just, oh.
Well, we do see some usual suspects left through. Kaid and Thatcher most predominantly that you're thinking of on a map like Clubhouse, and Azami there as well. Interestingly enough, I mean, there is an insane amount of power. You think about it when we get to CCTV eventually. Azami plus the Wamai Jaeger combo. It's going to be a hard time pushing anyone out of that rafters position. But right now, it's a basement defense. You can see already Big Dog's committed to this upstairs roam. And we've seen this a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, you know, this extensive roam punished by a rush straight through dirt.
And I mean, Altadelios will be the team that would attempt to perform that. With Dirty part of the roster, he has been actually occasionally popping off quite cleanly as well. In comes the shots. Oh, not lining up. I wonder what is blocking them. I think it was actually just the racks just not really hitting. But regardless of that, Rice is sharp on that one.
Is it going to be one of those days, Cthulhu? Is this the I'm Rice and I'm here to play days? Because we know when he does show up, he can be quite potent. Nitro cell from below, looking for the attempt here. Shot just biding his time. The lineup could be good there, just baiting out the shots. But it may have been a missed opportunity. Although, given the timing, he might be looking to go for something along the lines of main stairs. No, doesn't commit to it, just playing his time, playing tucked in around the corner.
Yeah, this is an interesting kind of very floaty like setup, but oh, Mackenzie with a shotgun as well could be big. Dirty getting rid of Boff as well. Trippin nearly had an inkling about the presence of the shotgun user, the great mate Mackenzie, but so far nothing yet. Only one person actually anchoring on site just returned back. Oh, and Trippin actually nails Mackenzie. Funnily enough, we talk about Mackenzie. The man actually right before the match posted, not losing to Red Banana today, posting a 6-round win streak on Valorant. But obviously that didn't help either.
Oh, shot! What a
yo.
little peek there. Unfortunately, Questions now need to be asked. Whose side is... Actually, no. 100% that was intentional. Faker says, if anyone's going to clutch up against my old team, it's going to be me. Holds down mouse 1 into blue. Big damage dealt. Goes to the reload with the MX4 Storm. It's the perfect gun to do it. Swings again. Execution, but no. Trippin answers it back. Round 1. Already promising to be an exciting one.
Yeesh. Altadelios nearly wanted to throw that one out of the window. My lord, but look, well played by Fakers and Co. That was a rather spicy round straight off the back, and I gotta say that entry initially, Rice, kinda sharp. Not gonna lie. Oh no, Goonbag already starts to talk. Sheesh.
Well, yeah, isn't it the ones at the back that are usually the most vocal? Either way, we go to CCTV, and this is the site that I was talking about that could be a real problem. Altadelios on the push. Where my Jaeger in play, paired with the Yazami. So this Rafters hold going to be very, very potent. I think the easiest, potentially only way that they can get around it is getting funky with the Thatcher, and even then, that's utility that you're taking away from the main breach.
Yeah. Curious that Altadel is only just settling with only one hard breacher, given that they just swapped off the Maverick as well for a Zoff. So certainly looks like it's either going to be full-on dedication to just the main breach or just the push towards the garage, unless they decide to push from the western point and take control of the construction. But that at this point seems a little bit like a mad idea. But regardless of that, I'm liking though the setups here so far from both Big Dogs and Altadelios. This could make for a very flexible match yet again. Trippin already has an inkling about Boff's position. That spray, by the way, that was clean.
That could have been huge if he found the angle there onto Boff, but again, it's just a bit of attention drawn, just wasting the time. That's exactly what you're looking for. Speaking of wasting time, it's not something that Altadelios does. They get the breach open nice and early, and largely because there was no utility denial to stop it from happening. But it's one of those things, they now need to be worried about the fact that there is pressure coming from multiple angles.
Yeah. Multiple flanks is definitely going to be an interesting one to watch. How will Big Dogs be able to handle it? Because a number of teams do occasionally struggle being able to find any sort of, you know, closure whenever it's not a one-sided push. Goonbag already has the Y dead to rights. So Charlotte is kind of a bit snoozing there on the rafters for a brief moment. So maybe that's kind of just abusing the power of the sleep.
Obviously, the big problem going for that push is that there is support. Goonbag trades it back out, but they need to find some way to deal with this Rafters player. And, I mean, the thing... Oh, okay, they're just going to walk straight up. Trippin is just going to absolutely murk Goonbag. Unfortunately... Oh, sorry, not Goonbag, Sean. Goonbag is his teammate and is now dead, unfortunately. But, I mean, it's the fact they had the utility to deal with those Where My Magnets and the Jaeger ADSs from outside. You can actually get an EMP out onto the door rollers and deal with it that way, but they committed bodies and lost players because of it. Oh my god.
Absolutely, oh my. We're ready. Oh, Trippin is good. He is clinical with those swings, my god. Oh, just as I was about to get into another segment for the analysis, Trippin just said, no, we're sleeping on that. We're already going in for the punches. But Banana already gets rid of Mackenzie as well. That's another upsetting one. But now it's all down to Fakers yet again, the alibi fiend that he is. Well, he gets a frag, but does get traded out rather quickly. So far, actually, Altadelios, we talk about how they, you know, act as a meme team. They so far been as clinical as one can get.
Look, there's clearly a problem, and we've seen it happen twice now in the same round. Big Dogs are not clearing drones. That was 2 very crisp kills. Up top, Sean absolutely executed. Trippin had the information, just swings off the ping, gets the kill. Same thing with Boff. Look at him, he's 5-0 right now. They just can't let this information be flowing so freely. Otherwise, 100%, this is going to be a 6-0 half because Alta Delios are just playing off the info.
That would be quite funny if that is actually going to be the result of the big dog's downfall here, because we've been talking about their whole identity crisis, trying to figure out like how to play their game, but it's been kind of the talk for the majority of the play days, where they fix up one thing, another one pops up. They fix that the one that popped up, yet another completely different thing pops up, and it's just finding that consistency has been a bit of a unfortunate problem. As much as I hate to talk about this so frequently in terms of big dogs, because we all know how powerful and how confident they can be, but past few weeks it has been under a very large question mark. Now, already, I mean, speaking of drone games and not ridding of the extra information gathering, default cams are up. Rice Fries, come on, buddy. You can do it.
I suppose turnabout is fair play. Big dogs aren't shooting at the drones. Alta Delios aren't shooting at default cams. I mean, someone. Yeah, look, who knows? Maybe it's one of those things. They'll watch the VOD back and be like, "Oh, well, Cthulhu was really bullying us. I suppose we should do that next week." But right now, look at the setup already. Dirty getting this open. Dirty's practicing, okay? He's practicing. Tripping, though, hits controller blue. This is a free push on the side. Fakers is now going to be the only one. The drone will spot him because it gets deep, because they've got a Mozzie, but there's nothing to stop the drone. Flush shot in, Faker's good. No, shot actually good for the first. And they've realized that the push is coming this way. Faker's around the corner. Is dead regardless. Culture is holding on. It's Ben and Trippin, and this is entirely a doable situation. Trippin now pushing through blue, uncontested. Spots the flank, Culture dead. It is now up to Mackenzie. Ooh. What a shot on the Trippin through the wall. Gets himself and Demoto out of danger. 1 versus 1. Make that 1 versus 2 here as Mackenzie is going to go for the revive. Pre-fire is good for 1, but Ben... Oh, no. I think there may have been a bit of ping issues there causing Ben to lag a little, because it looked like he was going to be good for the lineup.
He definitely had one as well, but yeah, look, that was quite unfortunate for Altazelios. Look, I mean, suppose they got cheeky and paid for it, because Big Dogs did manage to shut them all down, courtesy of that whole hold by Mackenzie and Fakers, plus Culture as well, I believe. I don't know, so far it's been a very weird derby where we see a really solid set of setups for the defense, some good utility placement, some good roam, and then in comes Trippin, the absolute gamer that he is, and just says, you know what, all your utility, all your setups, don't care, did not ask, I'm just going to frag. And he makes those openings so almost effortlessly. It's actually just amusing to see, because for the most of it, really, he shouldn't be allowed these sort of pushes to happen. But yet here we are already at a 2 points for Altazelios, 1 point for Big Dogs. Round 4 could be a promising one, purely for the fact that, well, with Cade now in play, it will require a little bit more effort, I suppose, because Culture could obviously go for that Cade trick, but again, just double up on the EMPs and you get the breach. But so, at least good to see that we are seeing from AZ a secondary hard breach. So.
Tertiary, technically, if you want to include Trippin, although realistically his
but
priority has not been any sort of breach whatsoever. It's just been, well, I suppose, breaching skulls technically counts. But right now, yeah, wall opened up, so no EMP committed. The Kaid's obviously set up to deal with garage, or however you want to pronounce it, whatever.
How do you
right now,
it?
Yeah, Goon is... That's exactly what we were expecting. You set it up there. Nice, easy lineup. Secondary hard breach gadget there, ready to go to work. Yeah, I think he's... no, he still got it. Okay. He somehow managed to make it work. Boff finds the first Rice to go down.
First time we do get to see that it's actually AZ losing numbers in the early fight. So good for Big Dogs to get back into the swing of things. And maybe the first couple rounds were just a bit of a hiccup and a bit of a slip up. So... possibilities are certainly there. Fakers now donning the the play of the Azami could actually be a very frustrating player to really deal with, especially being able to reshape the site so effortlessly.
They're looking to try and cut off rafters here, but it's Boff and Shot holding this quite successfully right now. They're not overstepping their mark, and the fact that they've already taken down Rice means that wall is safe for the moment. Info game has dwindled. Halfway through the round, only 5 drones remaining, so obviously Big Dogs have identified the issues. They now know that there are 2 players up on this raft. This Shot finds Goon. Trippin, though, does get a couple of shots off. Culture finally dealt with Dirty, catches him out, pushing too aggressively. Ben still holding there, looking for the pixels, just misses the opportunity. Never mind, the reattempt. This Shot bounces back up like a jack in the box. Dirty there for the follow-up. And all of a sudden, Cthulhu going in the final 55 seconds. It's a 2 versus 2.
Very much doable here. Dirty fully acknowledging the Wumai magnets will be a rather problematic one to deal with. At least opens up the potential for the push, but Mackenzie has the angle. If Ben decides to push in straight through the breach, this could be the end of it all, but let's actually fall back. So now for Banana, this is the perfect opportunity to make a push behind the Azami barricade. Fakers, he's clean with his sprays. Now all down to Mackenzie, but decides to whip out the Deagle. Panda, so far this has been a bit of a back and forth adventure, and I'm not too sure what to make of it even as a color caster.
He's got the flashes though. Ben could still look to make this work, just looking to try and bait it out, but no, Faker's not going to waste it. Goes for the push, and Mackenzie covering the cross. Yeah, look. Again, the approach wasn't the cleanest. Rice giving his life early sort of started that domino fall. Mackenzie, yeah, look, a bit of a breath. Realizing that could have gone a vastly different direction if not for some of those kills, those 50-50 gunfights going their way. All right, okay, look, fair play.
Yeah, look, fair. Gotta say, so far, yeah, I gotta say it's been a bit of a back and forth here between the rounds that we got to see. A bit of a less of a smiley face than usual for Rice, much more concentrated on the game. There's certainly a little bit of a frustration with the way how past couple rounds have happened. At least good to see that, players like Dirty, they're quite clinical on the flicks and being able to still utilize all of the experience that was gained from the previous titles as well. So far, so good, but it's been a bit of a one-sided kind of venture. We haven't really seen a whole lot of expansion because the moment, we got to see in the first 2 rounds, AZ, going for multiple flanks push, they were able to actually outnumber and just play for those numbers really, really well against Big Dogs, who have been a little bit struggling in those kind of 1vx departments, minus Fakers. Fakers has just been, he's clinical on just any sort of situation you put him in. Whereas now that they moved to a bit more of a kind of one-sided approach, it's been kind of just wall against the wall, and it's just more about the integrity, I guess, of their play.
Yeah, it's that adjust as well. We saw, first 2 rounds, they just weren't clearing out drones, and it was just free information that Altered Zelios were able to play off. Now, the last couple of rounds, they've been quite good at clearing out those drones and denying the information game. But, the other thing worthy of note is Trippin. He was 7-1 in the first 2 rounds. 7-0, actually, in the first 2 rounds of play. The last 2 rounds, he hasn't really had any impact.
Yeah, Trippin definitely been kept a little bit more quieter in the past 2 rounds, and certainly that shown. But maybe with now a little bit of a calmer approach, things could get a little bit easier for Big Dogs, or maybe they need to, on the opposite, just completely send it. And already, Banana utilizing one of his thermite charges, gonna get the breach done, so at least that's one of the entry points. But it doesn't look like either of the set of players, or either one of the groups of the Altered Zelios players, are looking to, do really anything about it.
The big problem there with the reinforcement of Barstrom is they can now get into Gym corridor there and actually start making some moves into the building. It gives them a foothold where they can't really be contested, given that, there's no nitro cell to play off of the top of that breach either. So at least Altered Zelios forcing that, I would not necessarily a retreat, but response, I suppose, from Big Dogs allows them to at least comfortably get into the building.
Yeah. Once again, very similar positions being held. Banana getting quite a fair bit of an information gain, and with Fakers pre-fired by Trippin yet again, the communication has been very clean so far, at least between Banana and Trippin. But in comes the cross. Does he spot the fact that there was a cross? No. Oh, Banana. Yeah, look, there's definitely feeling like there's a little bit of a connection issue for him, because on a number of positions he's been just freezing up, and look, maybe something that needs to be addressed later down the line. But with Trippin gone, at least it's a trade between himself and Shant. So back to a 3v3 with Fakers now quite low on HP.
They have the breach into the bathroom as well. Mackenzie, I mean, might have to put in the hard yards. The aggro swing. He's in trouble.
Whee.
Not enough rounds in that little magazine. Dirty. Good for the follow-up, but it's on Culture. Locked into Con. Has the rotate into Logi. He's got time. He can definitely look to make a play here. The rotate aggressively from Goonbag, just feeding his life when realistically he didn't quite need to be that aggro. Dirty playing the prone angle, just waits, pre-fired there. So Culture quite clearly understanding what's going on. Goes for the impact nade onto the wall, open up the rotate into Jim, but player already having dropped through the hatch. Spots the pixel, but it's too little too late. Dirty from range with the LMGE, locks it down. That was a tight one. Honestly, I don't even know if he actually did see it. But a third round on the board. Altered Zelios, they managed to bring it back, stop the flow. But from here on out, I mean, honestly, the likelihood of this half going 3-3 is about as high as it could be.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, for Dirty, I would imagine that as long as, well, a pixel has moved. Time to left click. Probably just mainly just the call there for him, especially holding those absolutely tight angles. But at least, yeah, like you said, Panda, good that the round lead has been stopped. Big Dogs, though, it feels like a number of kind of plays have been a little bit miscalculated. I mean, you look at Mackenzie's unfortunate demise, where just maybe it was the panic, maybe just still thinking that he has like a higher capacity magazine SMGs. Who knows at this point, really? But on the other side, technically, Ultrazelius are playing with a 4.5 people. Because you look at Banana, whilst he has all good, he's been on a number of occasions clinical. You look at a couple of his deaths, and then they felt a little bit odd. Let's call it that. Maybe it's the connection, maybe it's just his computer that is just about to be bricked up. Who knows? But for Big Dogs, they have been rather happy to oblige with that sort of turnout, and they have been quite happy with, you know, being able to keep up that sort of pressure. Because whilst Trippin is going 8-3, there's also unfortunately Rice who's been going 1-4, and that sort of inconsistency may end up being a sign of unfortunate things to come in the later stages.
I mean, look, if nothing else, that one kill he did get was rather impressive. I mean, you got to remember, it slammed, I believe it was shot out of existence. But unfortunately, yeah, look, one kill does not a match make. Already they can start pushing themselves into the second floor, clearing out this upstairs roam. We can see one over towards the master bedroom. Ping's coming through. We'll clear out that drone. Culture waiting here. Ooh. He's done it again. You talk smack about him, Cthulhu. He's back into it.
Eesh. Yeah, all right. Guess that one can discard my statement about the Rice going a little bit quiet there. No more he is. Well, at least for the round. But already losing out on Culture and Kaz, that's rather unfortunate. Shant, Fakers, and Mackenzie are still there, so they should be able to frag out, and certainly they do. Fakers does get the better of Dirty, so that's the Zoff out of the equation. Without Finker, obviously damage permanence is going to be big to really mention. Not that really the defense was looking to, you know, fix that up in any shape or form. As long as they are able to frag out, that's all that really matters to them. But as it stands, Ultimate is kind of stalling out at the moment. I mean, you look at how kind of separated everyone are on the attacking roster, and it certainly paints a picture that they need a moment to figure out. C4, oh my god, that was close.
Honestly, it was just a timing. It was a very narrow thing there, and I think Rice baited that out perfectly. Fakers, though, still looking to try and hold fast here in blue. Shot covering that cross into Moto from Ashwall. You just look at the setup, and there is so much. They are just hedging their bets with this setup right now for the defense. Sean, big kill on to Ben, who swung the hatch aggressively. Rice knows the positioning, gets the kill when needed. Almost takes McKenzie out as well, and Trippin going into the final 40, the 1 versus 2. But you look at the health bars. This is well and truly doable. Fakers is going to have to hit a ripper of a headshot to close this round out. McKenzie pre-fires through. This could be dangerous. The pre-fire game with such little health is not one you want to be playing. And you look at them just tucked into a corner. Right now, Big Dogs, my God, Trippin is just another beast, but no! McKenzie is the big bad monster!
Oh my lord! So close yet so far away for Trippin to just push that scoreline. And I mean, that swing onto Fakers, that was disgustingly good. Knowing full well where to pre-fire, had basically his IP address at that point with that sort of swing. And by the end of the first half, Trippin 9-4, leading the whole lobby in the frag department. And then you look at
there you go.
Yeah.
Ben spiking between 35 and over 100.
Jesus. Yeah, that has to be painful.
And he's still doing better than Rice, so that's all that really matters.
You didn't have to do my man like this.
Look, if you are sitting on a consistent 9 ping and Ben, who is spiking to over 100 ping, is out fragging you, something needs to be done.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
We love Rice here. It's all banter. We love Rice. We love the crew. We love everyone in the Oceanic Challenger League. It's just a bit of banter, all right?
Yeah, just
and if you are gonna twit longer me, it's at Cthulhu ANZ on Twitter.
Hey, none of that. Keep
all right,
my
sorry,
Twitter
no.
tag.
Sorry, no, it's at Nuttery ANZ.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's better. But look, to talk about the Big Dogs though lineup, they have been actually looking more and more confident in their play. I mean, speaking of consistency, Sean 6, Faker 6, McKenzie on 6, Culture on 5. Yeah, look, Kaz, he's been on support duty. Let's just call it that and call it a day. But it has been a really solid result so far.
Most definitely, and you love to see it. Altadelios, they're a team that tends to surprise, and you always love a bit of a surprise here in the Challenger League. McKenzie will get that breach open nice and early on, and that will be the EMP, obviously paired with it. Boff finds the opener, Ben, to fall.
All right. Well, with Ben out of the equation, that's a pretty solid roamer that has just been dropped. So a little bit more of a down-paced play. I say that there's actually one still prone in the Logi. Not yet drawn out, I think. But Rice is certainly not having a fun time. Does get the better of Boff, so it was actually, in fact, Rice. But now his position has been very much called expendable, now that Trippin has fallen as well to the hands of Fakers. And the rotation out of Logi is going to be borderline impossible, as he's been drawn out just through the roof, and as well, the play by Culture at the end does find it a wrap up.
Goonbag and Dirty on the clutch. Goonbag, interestingly, going to pop that garage door. Wants to maybe make a play onto that Kennel's balcony. But no, the join up, they want to play for the numbers. They want to do what they can to support each other. But a rather rough start to the half. Altadelios into the defense, and that doesn't help with Dirty going down either.
That's not ideal at all. Goonbag at least is able to just fight back the TCS, just blasting the opposition out of the way. Certainly will make things a whole lot more promising, but Culture so far has been quite sharp on the AirX gaming, and soon Goonbag could be just completely overpowered.
Sean might just even find the angle onto this this position right now. Pings through onto the camera. No, not quite. Fakers jumps in and he's dead, unfortunately. Culture, might he find it? Goonbag, if he can isolate the ones here, this is doable, but no, misses the shots. Shot swings through the breach and will find the kill, Cthulhu. Goon, I mean, look, that was an admirable attempt. He very nearly brought that back.
Very much so. That was nearly a full-on comeback. In a similar way how, you know, before AZ nearly threw a couple of their own rounds, but same thing here for Big Dogs. Yes, they have to acknowledge that whilst, yes, Altadelios are a team that would go for quite a fair bit of memes, for quite a fair few, you know, banter bits, they still have a formidable roster. You can't really discount them a whole lot, and Goonbag certainly has proved that very thing. So now with a 4-3 scoreline, Big Dogs now in the lead on the attack. Out of all the things, usually one would expect to see a little bit more of a domination on the defense, but seeing a 3-3 scoreline is certainly still all good and all pretty. But curious how will Altazes be able to, respond back, because Ben now on the vigil, plus now Goonbag bringing out the Izami. This could mean quite a number of things, mainly that we could see a rather thorough setup for the site.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, call the site Louis because it's definitely going to be thorough.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, basement it can be such a roll of the dice in any single round. It depends on positioning. Honestly, 50-50 gunfights can make or break a setup. But Ben on the vigil, I mean, that's ambitious given the connection issues that he is suffering right now.
Very much so. Issues for Banana could be rather problematic to really hang around, but at least not being continuously spotted by the drone, that could be a decent idea to just keep yourself out of harm's way. As long as he can play that sort of, I suppose, rat gameplay, he could really still keep up with the rest of the team. For the remainder of Altadelios, they seem to have learned the mistake that was the last round and really just not lock themselves into just that one position. Rice, I think, just been droned out by Boff's drone. So at that point, might just see, there's the call for him to just completely default back to the side. So top floor completely now been given away.
I mean, a minute burnt, so it's not like it's the end of the world, and Rice still hanging around on this first floor is not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Drone deployment there, I would imagine, was heard by Rice on the stairs, so the drone now going down. Rice will spot it, shoot it out, he just backs off a little bit further. I mean, so far from Altadelios, this has been a very solid waste of time. Shot misses Ben, and I mean, unfortunately, will not find much more for his life as Boff does take him out of the equation. But it's all it's just chipping away at the clock.
Still though, shame that nothing extra could have been achieved, but Trippin actually goes in for the play. Yeah, look, misses out initially on that hologram, but the frag could be coming in rather soon from Culture. Both of those are actually still in his inventory, so that could be a bit of a problem to deal with later down the line. But minute remaining. This is where the plays might start happening. Goonbag, this is where those keeper barricades will actually come in big to just hold off those pushes. The miniature castle barricades in this sort of context, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, they can be quite potent in that capacity. But now we're heading to the final 40, and time, like I said, it was just that early bit of chirp. Boff, he is going to hit the barbed wire. So Trippin swings it and pings it. Big kills.
Ooh.
Rice contributes to the second. Dirty there takes one as he falls. And that's all he really needed. What a kill from Mackenzie. A second for him so far. Will pop open the wall into Church. Might even be able to make a play off of it. Two players, each team remaining. Nade in hand. He's going to pop it and send it towards blue right now. Nice stop, deep toss is going to chip away at Trippin just a little bit further. Baker's on the plant means it's effectively a 1 versus 2. If they can isolate the kill, they can make this one happen. Mackenzie, he's holding it down, but no, he looks the wrong way. They find both of them. Cthulhu and Altered Zelios will be on for their fourth.
Well, that's one way to do it. Although can't seem to shake off a odd feeling of deja vu that I've already seen this sort of turnout happen previously. Namely for Big Dogs. Maybe a different iteration, but same very situation on Clubhouse as well. But 4-4, that's as close of a contention so far that we've seen for a while, especially for both of those teams, Big Dogs and also Zelios, certainly showing that both of them are very much keen and ready to take some points tonight. To quickly, cast back to the leaderboard as well. For Zelios, if they do end up winning out this match, in regulation that is, they will be tied with Big Dogs. Whereas for Big Dogs, if they win this in regulation, they will actually jump themselves to 3rd place in contention against Get a Grip, which is almost wild given that that is a jump from 5th position to 3rd.
I mean, look, you got to remember, Ben, he made a name for himself, stretching out those hamstrings. I would imagine he's got a pretty solid vertical leap as well. Not surprised even in the slightest, but Trippin picking up the Frost in this round, that does surprise me a little bit. I mean, he's a great gunner. Put him with a great gun in hand, he could do work. But I mean, look, I think that's the universal truth that we've come to know in Rainbow Six Siege. Even if you give a great gunner a bad gun, they can still do work with it.
Absolutely. Can't completely forfeit the aim in any shape or form. And so going into this one, I reckon we could see some rather crispy plays. Culture on the knock. He has been occasionally flexing that sort of operator pick, so very much curious how will he be able to turn the tide here, since Banana is actually hanging around the strip hallway. Shont actually nearly gets absolutely beamed by Banana, and Ben is actually allowed to completely bail away, but no. Caught with his hands down. Unfortunately.
Well done. Caster's curse.
It's just, I'm just cursed just to the bone, man. It seems it's pain.
It's siege timing plus the casters. It's just it's one of those things. It could not have played out any more perfectly in that situation. Right now, a lot of breaches looking to be open. Fakers just trying to figure out whether or not it's worth committing to this jacuzzi wall right now. You can see just the main body of this defense is in and around the site. Trippin playing a dangerous game. And then Goonbag hovering main stairs. Honestly, the only player not even remotely near site is Rice. Rice, that's understandable given his health bar right now.
Yeah, Rice certainly not feeling particularly too happy about the setup. Trippin countering by hand those Retero drones. Would prefer to avoid them as much as possible, but this time this should be a lock-in. No, Boff fumbles yet another Retero drone, but finally Culture does get the better of him from down below, which is quite surprising, but at the same time, if you open up the hatch, you better keep an eye out for it as well. And with that sort of advantage, Big Dogs might just be able to close it out rather clinically.
Oh no, the Roteros are just not coming together. It will be popped, and all it's going to get is the Frost. Matt Rice finally finished off by Mackenzie here. So a 5 versus 2 to hold on in the defense of this. But, I mean, Dirty's good for one usually. Whether or not he can do it when there's so many angles to cover is a different story. Spots the head. There we go. Like I said, he's always good for one. Finds it. Goonbag unfortunately presents himself to the opening. Dirty scrambling to try and find a position to work around with. Spots the barricade open. Finishes off Mackenzie. And he goes for the window pop, the jump out, but no. Boff there with a pistol in hand. We'll get Big Dogs the next round. Cthulhu, they take the lead back.
Well, there we go. Okay, Big Dogs now once again seeming to be back on track with their own push, with their own play, which is a promising venture here for them. 1 point till the match point to at least ensure overtime, and to ensure at least 1 point to be gained for them. And if that would be the case, that would be I believe, a tied venture against Dynasty, with round differential being now put on the table. But for Altazelios, it's been a bit of a quieter one, especially now on the defense. Attack has been at least in some form, you know, action-packed or exciting. Here, it's been a complete different turnaround, which feels rather odd. Usually it's the teams that feel, you know, comfortable on the defense that would, you know, go for absolutely stunner of a performance on the second half, but doesn't look like that is the case for AZ, or maybe they just haven't yet found the right, you know, pacing, the right momentum. Banana deciding now to play the Echo. I believe we actually did get to see a long while ago Banana on the Echo. What was it, the 1v3 or 1v4 was a clutch?
That was the 1v5.
The 1v5,
Dirt tunnel,
that's the one.
no shots fired, Echo clutch.
Yeah.
Same map, same operator. Unfortunately, I think his connection issues have really hampered his performance today. I definitely would have liked to have seen, you know, what the possibilities could have been where he wasn't consistently dealing with these spikes. But unfortunately, it's just one of those things that you just have to take in stride on game day.
Yeah, can't really do much really about them, especially to find out that you're only having those issues only when you join in into the actual lobby doesn't really help either. Now the breach still rather clinical. Mackenzie very much knowing exactly what needs to be done, opens up both the setups, but no, the run out perfectly timed as well. Goonbag relaying the information. That has been really, really nicely done. And once again, that sort of play doesn't particularly bode too well for Big Dogs now that one of their hard breaches out of the equation. Obviously, Culture is still being able to make an entry from an opposite side of the map. Could really sow some chaos.
Indeed.
Oh.
Been holding the angle, does get some decent damage out onto Culture. And the Nitro Cell to finish the 1-2 punch combo, as well as knocking a huge chunk of damage off Fakers. And this is the power of the Pulse. Rice has one Nitro remaining. Has Orboth, whatever you want to call him, might be in a bit of trouble. The Nitro goes out, unfortunately, not quite quick enough.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet enough. Big Dogs could really falter here. It's sort of a back and forth venture. Wonder at which point do we get to see one team kind of fall off and the other team try, well, basically pull a runaway here. Fakers and Co so far looking to try to force something onto the side, but with the fact that all 5 people for the most of it are fully healthy, problems could start arising from that. Goonbag puts an extra effort to just rid the attacking side of the drones, but Kaz does end up punishing him. So this now with Mute out of the equation, things might get a little bit dicey.
Sean finding Dirty to bring it back to the 3 versus 3 as well. Dicey indeed. Ben with the Yokais. He's down in stock. Rice is there with him. All right, what can they do? What miracles can they make happen? Trippin has a huge amount of responsibility to solo hold this site while his team does work. He falls, unfortunately, a 1-for-1. Rice looked like he was playing around red stairs. The pings to come through. Oh, no. Again, siege timing shot, looking for the plant. Gets the bait out onto the Yokai drone, but no, Rice falls. The impact grenades to try and deter shot relocates. And the plant will go through. Ben, unfortunately, baited out and played. So Cthulhu now, he has to make the moves, and it looks like it's going to be a full garage rotate. Boff seems to have heard it. Yeah, the one player you don't want to be lagging in the clutch situation. And unfortunately, he is prone underneath the window. Honestly, just even getting there might be the issue with the connection, obviously. Does he spot the pixel of the elbow? Goes to the pre-fires, knows that there's one on the window, wins the gunfight. Can he even react in time with the connection? Goes to the secondary, baits and kills it, but no time. The connection is going to cost Alton Celios the round.
Oh, that is such a heartbreak as well here for Alton Celios. Genuinely can't help but feel almost robbed as well there with that sort of opportunity, because that was well played. Yeah, despite unfortunate, circumstances with the lag as well, with the spikes. Yeah, look, good play by Banana to almost bring it back, but just time was of the essence, and well, it was rather too much of a precious resource. Now with Big Dogs being on that match point, this does let them off a little bit from that sort of a wild race that so far it was between themselves and Alton Celios. Only 1 point separates Big Dogs from the 3-pointer here, whereas for Alton Celios, quite a fair bit of advancement need to be done to even get remotely close to winning out this very matchup now. At least I'm glad to say that it was a very entertaining match to see between these two teams, and it was, good fun and all, but just unfortunately circumstances did not align here for Alton Celios, at least for now.
I mean, that's soul crushing. Honestly, if there weren't connection issues, he would have been more accelerated getting towards the site. If not for that, 100% that was an Alton Celios round. That was literally the only thing that stopped it being an Alton Celios round. And It's just one of those brutal things about, comp day. You got to make it work. You got to push through. The best you can hope for now is overtime.
Yeah, only 2-pointer is all that can be sorted, which is rather an unfortunate result of all the things that have been unraveling. But look, let's look at the positives so far for Big Dogs. At least they have been looking on a number of occasions better and better. So it's just now more so maybe a question of just consistency that needs to be brought up on a few more occasions before we get to see Big Dogs back into the full swing of things, kind of circa Warriors after the full core roster has been assembled.
Ben testing his
He's
connection
trying.
somewhat, but oh look, you can do nothing but respect him. Honestly, the fact that he has still had the impact that he has with the issues that he's been having, the fact that he, was literally seconds away from clutching up the round. But right now, their focus has to be overtime, winning this round, and then the next goon bag, huge punishment taken, has to pop the hatch and get out of danger for the moment. Mackenzie as well, not quite punished. He's already in. He's punched through the site. They've identified the weakness, the flaw in the setup, and they make it work. Goonbag now to fall as well. Trippin'. Where is he going? What is he doing? Rice spots the presence in the garage. Look at them. 4 members. Ben on the yokai. That is a huge amount of time to burn to try and make this work for the team. He's going to have to win it on the gunplay. Rice spots the player, but falls completely wiped out. Tripping there with Ben. The 2 players trying to hold. Mackenzie pushing deep into cash. Ben, he's got to get the kill, and he does. That could have been horrendous. Trippin unfortunately falls, and Ben, he's got to clutch it up, finds the down. Can he find more? He's in a bit of trouble. He sucks himself in behind. The plant going down, but no, again, the connection punishing him in this situation. It will again, unfortunately, cost him the clutch. Big Dogs take it, but unfortunately, not off the back of what we would have liked to have seen.
Well, yeah, indeed. Not the result that AZ wanted, but very much a result that was needed for Big Dogs to finally get back on the track. This 3-pointer will be definitely propelling them nicely up at the top end of the leaderboard, at least for now, given that this is our very first matchup of the Playday. But a 4-7 victory certainly poses a really nice opportunity here for Big Dogs to, well, get back to biting.
Yeah, look, they played a very solid game. As much as it sucks for Old Zelios, I think the result would have been largely the same. Whether or not it went to overtime is a different story. But, it's one of those you would have loved to have seen it where Ben was capable of playing to his full capacity. It just would have made that much better of a match. But Proto, promising signs out of the Big Dogs. They played a really comfortable game of Siege, it seemed.
First 4 rounds, that is insane. Not only on the comeback side of things, but mental, you've got mechanical, everything was in motion for them at the end of that match. And
look, Cthulhu, you were right there along with me. It sucks to have a match play out like that, but even with the issues, Ben was still finding some very impressive kills. Altered Zelios again making some big plays throughout that entire match. Look at Trippin alone, he was 12-7 by the end of it. Started the map 7-0. So, look, at least, if nothing else, Alter Zelios can say, we're a team that can contest.
Absolutely. Alter Zelios kind of grew throughout the whole year, actually, as a matter of fact, from a team that can, occasionally have a few moments of tomfoolery here and there to a team that, can't really be discredited in any shape and form. They can very much take away a number of rounds if you present them that very opportunity.
Well, look, they may have lost, but we still get an Altered Zelios superstar in for an interview, of course. Joining us from the Big Dogs, though, it's Mackenzie. Look, congratulations. A very impressive game with the team, of course. Feels like the culmination of a couple of weeks of hard work.
Yeah, we've definitely started, after our couple losses, we've probably started doing a little less work, but we're having a lot more fun with it and a lot more probably useful work. So we're actually having a bit more fun. We're playing together a bit better and we're actually putting up some good numbers now.
definitely seems like taking a bit of a, I suppose, a teaching of Ben as well, given that, well, a bit more fun equals more wins, it seems, for now. But were there any concerns going into this one for you, Mackenzie, or has Valorant prepared you for this day?
Look, I was not losing today. There was no chance. All right, I was having a heater of a day. But nah, going against these guys, look, they beat us in ranked all the time, and we know as soon as it's game day, we're just gonna smoke them because all they can do is jump out windows. So we had them. Look, they got us a couple times. We were giving them a couple because they're our mates, so we wanted them to feel a little alright. But when we need to, we pulled it out.
Yeah, I mean, after sort of round 3, 4, you guys definitely just sort of snapped and just started going absolutely ham. What was the sort of switch up there? I mean, you just said you sort of gave them a few, but I mean, what was the change that you guys made that ultimately allowed you to sort of open things up and close them out?
We realized that they were just running, like they had a couple of people just running around. So all we had to do was isolate those couple of picks, and we didn't do it quite as cleanly as we would have liked, but we still isolated those couple of early picks that just made the rest of the rounds a lot easier to deal with.
Congratulations, though, Mackenzie. It's always great seeing you in the interview booth. It's been too long. It really has. But before we let you head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Anyone that you want to, give a special word?
Shout out to the boys at Big Dogs. We've started doing a bit better now. Shout out to all the AZ boys, Ben, Goon, Rise, Trippin. I forget. I feel really bad. I'm blanking the last one. They're a bunch of good lads, and I forgot Dirty on there. Shout out to Crip Steve, Flux. I love Fluxy, Nick and Kinsey. Seeing them around again. It's been nice.
Man's already forgotten where he's coming from. Get out of here, mate. Go. Look, you can't be slandering Alta Zalios like that on the broadcast. But gentlemen, look, a rather impressive match to start the day. Some signs of life, which you always love to see. But I mean, look, Proto, is that enough? Is that enough for there to be signs of life? Or, are we going to see, unfortunately, Alta Zalios keep slipping that little bit further down the leaderboard?
I think it was a good indication from both teams. Obviously, they both have that flair. They both have the ability to perform. But I think that a good point that was sort of brought up at the early side of the broadcast is consistency. That is the issue for both of these rosters. They can't keep a solid sort of set of games in a row going in their favor. They sort of win one here, lose one here, have a reset, win one again, and then they're back to square one. So, I mean, if both of these rosters, or one of which, can find that sort of consistent streak and keep it going, it definitely means signs of life. But at the moment, if they keep up that sort of win-loss sort of appearance, then obviously, unfortunately, they're not going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is just the crux of it all, isn't it? But right now, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we jump on into match 2 and see if Alta Zalios can... Well, sorry, not Alta Zalios, Altered Edge. The other Altered. The Alta Zalios, unfortunately, has already played, but Altered Edge. Can they get some points on the board, or will the new revamped Dynasty lock it down for another Playday? We'll be back very soon to find out.
I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just get My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routine.
Map 1 done. We turn our attention to map 2, of course. And, well, one team who unfortunately hasn't got themselves onto the leaderboard just yet. They have yet another chance here in Playday number 5. Altered Edge, of course, looking to take on Dynasty. The unfortunate thing being, of course, well, Cthulhu, Dynasty are looking pretty good at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now with Sealy finally joining the roster, Dynasty has been finally looking very, very potent in their play, with now them slowly coming to terms with their roster, their strengths, their weaknesses, and then working on, you know, polishing their gameplay with Spruce at the helm as well, being kind of the experienced veteran. But yeah, Dynasty is certainly looking pretty promising.
And look, they looked good last week, Proto. They did. Altered Edge, they looked better than they have, I think, all stage. But looking good isn't enough at the end of the day, is it?
No, unfortunately, it doesn't get the job done. And speaking of getting the job done, we got Faulty returning for another Playday. So Faulty for core could make a difference once more, but last time we saw it, unfortunately, it didn't really make too much of a difference whatsoever for Altered Edge. Yet to really find any type of ground in their debut season of the Challenger League, Panda, but okay, yeah, look, understandable given the positions at the moment. Dynasty, I think Spruce sums it up pretty well. It's looking like it's going to be a relatively straightforward game for them.
Old man Spruce getting in his pre-game net, of course. Just look, honestly, I have no doubt. He's probably had a long day. He's probably honestly just sitting here in the pre-game lobby, listening to all the youngins yapping away. He's probably a little bit tired of the whole situation, so he's going to his happy place. So let's go to our happy place. Of course, it's the map Vetoes, to see where this match will be played out. And of course, we've had Clubhouse once already. We're going to be going to Bank here. I'm a little bit jealous, gentlemen. Of course, we get the fun maps when I'm off.
I mean, some of us get at least to have some fun, you know, casting a much more unusual map, let's call it that. But honestly, Bank for Dynasty and AE, I'm very much excited for, because, you know, Proto, actually, I've been talking about it on Sunday as well when I was, doing the Op League as well. There, for at least within Southeast Asia, it has been a reoccurring issue where the map pool has been varying, and so on a number of occasions we did get to see, you know, the map pick actually making that sort of the big change in the way how teams play, in the way who's actually almost winning. You know, sometimes even the interviewees do talk about, you know, winning in the map pick phase. So here on Bank, all the favor is actually leaning even harder towards Dynasty, purely for the fact that how much, you know, time they spent in, you know, tier 2 siege, whereas for AE, Bank may just end up being a little bit more of a kind of a darker space, let's just call it that.
Proto, look, we had the option coming into the final round of map Veto, Skyscraper or Bank, and Altered Edge, they obviously went with Bank. Do you think that was the right call against a team like Dynasty?
I mean, look, Panda, we look back at the previous Playday for them last week. It was a 5-7 loss to Big Dogs. That is the most rounds in a competitive Challenger League game that AE have found this stage in their first stage overall. So whether you have to pick your current best map or Skyscraper, I think I would be picking my current best map any day of the week. So possibly a comfort pick for Altered Edge, given that they had the choice, but at the end of the day, as you said, Dynasty, definitely a lot more seasoned, definitely probably a lot more prepared coming into this.
And of course, I mean, Cthulhu historically, we saw a bit of an issue with Altered Edge's approach to the Oceanic Challenge League, which was they prepped for their opponents, not necessarily prepping their own game and feeling comfortable in that. It was all about getting ready for an opponent who, well, on the game day we saw changed their play day, or changed their approach to the game. That is the dynamicness of the Challenger League. So coming into this, I mean, is it a matter of they can prep for Dynasty and win it, or again, is it that same issue that they need to be bringing their own unique game?
Yeah, I think working on their own unique playstyle is definitely going to be a much more prevalent kind of thing to really look into for Altered Edge. But in saying that, I reckon against Dynasty, out of all the teams, counter-stratting could actually work, purely for the fact that Dynasty has been one of the few teams that has been trying to go for those kind of set approaches. Similar way, I'm almost tempted to say somebody like maybe even Minati Gaming to a certain degree. So look, there is certainly a possibility to try to just play it the way how they usually did, and then just focus on working on their own performance later down the line.
Well, look, we are just waiting on the last player to get into the lobby, Proto. Let's break it down. Let's go to the old favorite, the old Manic Monday special, win conditions. What are the win conditions here for Altered Edge to finally get? I mean, look, let's make it easy. Not even just the win, just a point on the board, overtime. What is the win condition to get to overtime?
Find more than 5 rounds. Seems to be a good place to start, given that is
That works.
So bare minimum.
Bare minimum, literally bare minimum. Anything is better for AE than what they've currently found so far. I mean, they have not breached 5 rounds against any team. It will be a world first tonight here on the Challenger League if they can do so, and that is all they need to do. 1 point, lock it in overtime. Doesn't matter, even if they lose in overtime, it's a point. That is all they need. Just to say that they came, they saw, and they were here. So anything that gives them a point, bare minimum. That is it. That's all they need. That's win condition.
I'm sure, honestly, that was about the same caliber of answer we would have got from the man himself as well. But Cthulhu, I mean, in terms of operator bans and that sort of thing, you guys will be taking us through that in just a moment. Are we going to see the continued trend? Are we going to see Finka again banned out? Do you think?
Wouldn't be surprised at all. Finka, especially on Bank, is a very strong operator. But what do you think, Blue Bandit, now that you're about to go into the spectator screen?
I think that Bank is a great map, and I hate you both. Enjoy it.
Oh, we love him. We love him. We're going to miss him for the moment, Cthulhu. But here we are, starting it off on Bank, as always, with the bans. I mean, we just talked Finka to go. Could be the case, depending on what Dynasty want to do. They have arguably the better flip of the card here, starting things off on the defense.
Absolutely, yeah. The defense should really make things a whole lot nicer and much more comfortable for Dynasty to enforce the scoreline very thoroughly and very firmly in their hands and in their favor. But Thatcher to be gone first does sort of make sense, given that, once again, on a map like Bank, Thatcher will be very much crucial. Borderline, you could even argue, more than Finka, and well, Finka will certainly be left on board as Nook is the second one to be banned out. So it feels well, for the lack of a better word, it feels okay with this kind of bans, because Nook just has been this much more impactful. Senspic, this is Senspic, I'm telling you.
I was gonna say Sens is probably looking like they're gonna be played given the Warden ban. Sens has seen some play on Bank in other leagues. I mean, OPL, we've seen Sens played Cthulhu, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of Sens here tonight. But Mirror, the final to go for Dynasty. No Finka ban. Interestingly enough, both teams had the opportunity, but given that Altered Edge play it, Voon, that is, sort of crutching that role every week, or at least the LMG. I mean, there you go. First round, he's already selected off the bat. Yep. But I don't think Dynasty are too worried about it. And obviously, Altered Edge want to play it. So the knock ban, I kind of rate over the Finka from Altered Edge, if I'm being completely honest, because it is definitely an operator that Dynasty would have used, provided they were allowed to. I mean, we saw Sealy on it. I believe last Playday on Villa, he played the knock. So, and it was something that he was quite proficient in the fragging department. So definitely a good thing that it's gone. in this matchup, I think, if Altered Edge want to have a chance at beating the 5 rounds.
That's a really good point as well, yeah. Sealy has been quite proficient, but Sealy has been proficient in a number of different attacking ops, namely even the Buck. And we talked about, you know, Sen's pick. Proto Malachi's already 6 picking onto Sense, so certainly the Warden pick might just be leading directly into that. Now, curious on my end as well, how will Dynasty really be able to deal with it? Because the only way to really deter those Sen's, I guess you could call them the roly-polies or Sen's wall, is just explosives. Any sort of explosives will destroy those well,
Projected
walls,
things,
I guess. Yeah, projectors,
parts, triangles.
however you want to describe them. But suppose that works. I mean, you look at the economy. 2 impacts for Cyro and C4 for Flux. Not too shabby, but it seems like at the moment it's looking like more so a utility play to just in general slow down the general approach with the introduction of Castle. But Faulty on Glass and the Amaru for Hamio. Curious.
Yeah, an interesting lineup for Altered Edge, given that the Sens is in play. Gon6 will be used, I believe, on one of the castles. There you go. It will be the Sens walls to come. Faulty on the cross. Amaru straight into the side. A lot of damage dealt, but Hamio's get the bomb down. There you go, though. The Nitro to deny. Hamio taken down from the windows. Voon will find one in consolidation, but very quickly, Altered Edge find their plan pretty much completely thwarted as Voon goes down as well now. And unfortunately, that bomb not being planted means that it's a 3 versus 4 with anyone from Altered Edge else yet to be in the building. As I say that, though, the bomb actually goes down without anyone realizing, and Cloudfuller takes down Sealy for the first in the post.
Curious. All 3 of the attacking operators currently just sitting on the windows, so a simple flank onto the main lobby could very much do the thing. In comes the run out. Yeah, fully prepared on this one, completely gunned down to no avail. Dynasty fallen apart very, very quickly as they faced what felt like an impossible task, really.
I didn't even realize that diffuser was being planted, if I'm being completely honest. I was watching what was going on inside of the site thinking, Dynasty, they've killed the planter, they're repositioning, and then boom, diffuser was planted. It was like, oh, okay, Altered Edge committed that second body and got the bomb down, and ultimately a great post plant. But again, highlights why Sens is so powerful, and that is exactly the site we've seen Sens used on. So good to see it implemented in round number 1, and a really good execute. Bar the first sort of hiccup, I guess, with the Nitro, everything else sort of went off without a hook. I mean, they didn't lose anybody in the post plant, bar the planter, and even then, the execute other than that was really, really good from Altered Edge. But this is the changes that we needed to be seeing from them. I mean, coming into this matchup, you would assume that Dynasty did their homework. They had that VOD from last week in the Big Dogs game to go through and watch extensively. So I would imagine, I would hope that they did exactly that, given that they do have some supporting staff. But Altered Edge sort of similarly have been doing some changes, I think, as well. That is not something we saw from them last week, or at least to success. We didn't see that from them last week. So a little bit of a switch up definitely makes things interesting.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Very much so. Curious about this lineup because Dynasty has decided to switch things around, obviously, for the bottom floor, introducing the Yella and the Vulcan canisters of Goyo as well. So it's looking like we might be seeing a really solid, almost kind of a multiple stage defense where a couple of the fallback points could be done here. Voon's position here, though, has the ability to just absolutely decapitate Syra. But no more sense does mean a little bit of a easier time, at least, to deal with. But in saying that, there's also a wild Ying in the hands of Hamio to just sow even more chaos. So can we really gauge as to how thorough this could end up being, Proto?
I mean, yes and no. Altered Edge have had a lot of interesting lineups if we sort of cast our eyes back, Cthulhu, across the multitude of games that we've watched from them. And ultimately, when things like that happen, and we see them happen a considerable amount, it's not the greatest sort of indication as to what is to come. And I mean, Sealy being allowed to find that Nitro, really good start, but then not be refragged. I mean, we see people upstairs locking down this position. We have flanks coming in from the top of square, but no real presence in terms of getting that refrag. And Hamia now actually even falls in attempting to try and find that refrag. Altered Edge, this is not what you want to be sort of forfeiting in this position.
Yeah, rather been an unfortunate result of all the things, as quite a hefty utility dump has been done. But Cyro's position right now is a little bit exposed, yeah, with the shield as well going down. Well, he has to really hold on to this blue stairs position because his retreat has been completely already been cut off. So he's in a very much of an expendable position, but has to take at least one or two people with him. With the pre-fires there, it's clinical, but Voon actually falls to the flames. That's a bit of a miscalculated play there, not gonna lie. And it leaves all down to Faulty and Cloudful to do anything.
Ah, the Vulcan canisters are working wonders since their implementation after the rework, but regardless, Cyro good for some sort of semblance of a kill, I suppose, before being traded out. Cloudfuller and Faulty now the last two with any hope for Dynasty as Cloudfuller gets stuck in the breach, paired with the smoke and the fire canister cleaned up relatively quickly, with Sealy on the flank as well. Faulty now in a 1 versus 4. Needs to find all the remaining members of Dynasty with the Habana Type 89, 20 bullets in 15 seconds. It's not looking good, but that shot was. Sealy goes down at the bottom of the blue stairs, and with the denial from the Goyo canisters being so extensive, Faulty really just sort of waiting for someone to walk into his sights here to try and find some pad-statting kills, but unfortunately not going to be granted more than the one. Dynasty lock it down once more on this bottom floor since last week.
Well then, that was an interesting round, let's call it that. Purely for the fact that really Altered Edge just kind of fumbled really heavily on just their execution, just going in one by one, not really having a whole lot of reinforcement to their attack. Didn't particularly bode too well. So going into the round number 3 now, introducing Osa and Zero could actually be a good shout here for Altered Edge. Obviously, you know, gathering as much information as possible, plus having a little bit more safety, I suppose, in locking down certain hallways, but certainly no more of that chaotic sense play, which now, kind of thinking about it, if it was in the early developments, we could have seen a really good, you know, flank play to come around. But for Dynasty, that first round does also show that once they kind of meet at the point where they're being posed with a lineup that is very difficult for them to counter in the current stages, they seem to just crumble, or start kind of going more so just for solo plays rather than, you know, something coordinated, which could be an interesting thing to talk about in the later stages once we do get to see, you know, Dynasty developed or Dynasty take on some of the more powerful teams, namely Spheres in Playday number 6 as well.
Yeah, some big names coming up for Dynasty, so hopefully things can be sort of cleaned up before going forward. I mean, they're currently sitting in 4th Cthulhu. Voon, though, opens things up with a kill onto Bot. The Jaeger to fall, not a really big loss in terms of utility. It's not a smoke, but it definitely hurts, especially when Bot... and now the smoke, aforementioned, goes down. Voon with 2 inside of Open Dynasty. Not the kind of kills you want to be feeding to Altered Edge. Oh, no, don't get a third like this. Oh.
Jeez, that would have been kind of disgusting if that would have actually worked out. But with Cyro falling, yeah, slowly but surely making it work rather nicely. But this time it's a bit of a fault on Dynasty, really. I mean, you look at majority of the positions that were kind of taken, and it was always those either 1v1s or 1vx's, not in favor of Dynasty. That was a little bit stiff on the sticks spray there for Flux as well. And yeah, look, a bit of a oopsie has been conducted on the side of Dynasty.
A small amount of awe. But Voon, huge kills from inside of Open on the Finker. The first time that Altered Edge, I would say, have had a flawless, impactful round like that. And I say that as a convincing round. I mean, we have seen them do a multitude of damage on attacking rounds in previous games, but none to the effect that you sort of sit there and go, these guys have put the work in. That was a flawless round in every sense of the word. 3 kills from Voon in a single position could not be cleared out whatsoever by Dynasty. And that is a big highlight moment because previously, in previous Playdays, Altered Edge had not been doing that. We have seen Voon play the Finker and have little to no effect on the entry, but it has just changed around. This week or this Playday, at the current moment, Altered Edge are looking really, really good based on things like that. I mean, that was an entry from Voon.
You did mention as well in the pre-game disc that Bank has been sort of that good map, or rather one of the better ones for Altered Edge, where I was actually nearly ready to make, you know, the counter statement saying that was it the better pick or was it the lesser evil? But so far it seems that you're actually completely, you know, correct with saying that Bank may just be Altered Edge's kind of better prepared maps. And, you know, kind of to date back to the ye-old discussions about some of the newer maps that have been introduced, with maps, at least within OCL, like Bank, like Theme Park, like Border to a certain degree as well, we haven't really seen a whole lot of their own appearances. So maybe it could be, you know, retitled back to the maps that where the good teams fall, or more so just kind of playing for the niche here. And so far, I mean, Altered Edge been doing that pretty well, and Finka has been actually helping a whole heap here.
Yeah, I mean, not choosing to ban the Finker out, given her prominence at the moment, could be a faltering choice for Dynasty, given that, I mean, they're paying for it right now. Voon, I mean, those 3 kills that round definitely showing them why she is as good as she is, especially in the hands of someone who understands the utility. But Cloud wants more to open it up, taking the Lurker downstairs, bopped the first that I once more for Dynasty. And I mean, Cthulhu, they keep losing these opening picks, and Altered Edge just keep gaining momentum on these opening attacking rounds. I mean, this could be the +5 rounds game that we've been waiting for, with Malachi finding another one.
Oh, then. Not too sure what's really happening with Dynasty, as, you know, so much hype has been built around them with the way how they've been playing previously. This one seems a complete stark difference. Surprising that it is, especially in the attack. Altered Edge definitely feeling very much in the control seat here, with Sealy trying to do something, but what can you do against a 100-round box mag LMG with the health boost, with the frag grenade as well? That blows up, and even if it didn't blow up, Malachi is also there to finish the job. So AE finally looking like they came to terms. They're no longer that sort of Evo team. They are finally starting to shape up into a Challenger League team.
Yeah, and looking good while doing it as well. I mean, at the moment, locking it down, but Flux has made the rotate. He's got into tellers. He's found one, not the second though. Hamyo expecting the flank. Smarter at the end of the day in that instance, finds the kill and locks down another round for Altered Edge. I mean, Cthulhu, the attack on Bank, not the favorable side to start, but Altered Edge are making it look like light work. But we do have to keep in mind, this is very similar to how we saw the Big Dogs game start. We saw them go to 5-1, they had the lead, and then it all just fell apart. They did not win a single round after that. Will that be the case here? I mean, it could be. They've done it once before. We could see it again from them. I mean, if they get in their own heads...
Yeah, look, definitely getting into their own heads could be a very worthwhile, you know, point to really talk about. But we have to also take into account that, I mean, you look at the performance of Dynasty for a number of previous rounds, and a lot of their plays, a lot of their positionings have been very much separated from each other. We haven't really seen as grouped up of a play as, say, Altered Edge been doing, because, I mean, even the conclusion of last round, we had in a very kind of similar sort of general location, we had the Buck, the Lion, and the Jackal all looking to cover all of their flanks. So that almost kind of like a group play, like a squad play coming out from Altered Edge. Which, against Dynasty and the way how they've been playing their cards, but it worked perfectly.
Well, I mean, yeah, we saw Dynasty arguably just feeding ones. I mean, we saw Altered Edge holding crossfires, we had double swings, there was trades. I mean, this is a completely different Altered Edge from what we've seen in the last 4 Playdays, because, I mean, the last 4 Playdays, they have looked lost. Like, genuinely, they have been confused as to what has been happening. But this is such a great change for them. They have been doing really, really well so far against a team like Dynasty, who, as you said, they've got so much hype built around them, picking up Sealy, making the changes. They are a really solid roster. So if Altered Edge can do it here against this roster, I mean, what a way to start your streak.
Absolutely. So, I mean, never too late, I suppose, with 2 more playdays after this one remaining. I mean, at least for Altered Edge, they could possibly just avoid even the bottom 2 spots and just keep themselves floating in the OCL, but still, the work is not yet done, and it would be a rather interesting, situation where we would see closer to the end of the day where there's a possibility that Altered Edge will be evened out on the points between themselves and Nutty Gaming and Altered Zelios. So interesting how that whole, possible storyline could go. But for the time being, Voon is already on the main stairs looking to push into the bottom one and past the, the barbed wire. But there is Popped playing close by to the bottom of that staircase, which could mean a whole lot of problems if the crossfire is set up perfectly here by Dynasty. Okay, never mind.
Speaking of perfectly, that Nitro lands at the feet of Malachi, so the Jackal to go.
Oh, that was
I don't
through
actually
the hatch.
believe. Yeah, that was through the hatch from downstairs.
Jeez.
They dropped off at 1:40 remaining. So getting back to the site to play for what I'm assuming is going to be an attempted execute here from Altered Edge in the moments to come. They have the hatch control now. No server control though, so that is going to be a big highlighting issue. But as Voon makes his way towards the bottom of the main stairs, possibly looking to sort of entry out into this hallway, he's going to be met by 2 as the rest of Dynasty now sort of rotate over, but Voon really leading the charge on this Finker, just looking to do some big damage. But the Ying still yet to be employed as Hamir does start dropping the Candelas out. Powerful will spot the feet, but it's Syra with the pistol actually to connect somehow through the hatch. Candelas come out. It is the drop into Vault by the Ying. Hamio holding it down. Sealy on the cross, though, has a great angle, largely unknown. Spruce to take down Voon. Another player to drop into Vault to look for the contest, but it's Sealy from behind to finish the kill off. The down onto Flux. It's a flawless in return. Dynasty locked down the bottom floor.
All right, there we go. Dynasty seem to be back into the swing of things. Definitely not as, cheerful looks, at least on Sealy's face, especially after the upsetting set of rounds that just happened previously. For all the understandable reasons, though. He's not particularly happy about the results so far, but still, look, round 6 definitely does carry the promise of Dynasty scoring themselves that sort of 3rd point, which, I mean, that would make things a little bit more bearable, but it certainly has to still sting that Altered Edge, on a number of occasions, were able to just walk over Dynasty, and that there is no, softer way to really describe this. Now, going on to the open area, it feels like we might be seeing a little bit more of a, active sort of play from Dynasty, but in utility department, it could also kind of enforce at least a little bit more of that turtle-like play and maybe the setup of the crossfires. But knowing Spruce, he's probably going to be up to some peculiar stuff.
They've got 2 Nitros to play with and a Valkyrie on the board, so it does open up a lot of avenues for verticality challenge. Obviously, with the information relayed and a well-placed explosive charge, it's a relatively easy way of finding kills in Rainbow Six. So, could be something they look to employ on the regular here. But regardless, Altered Edge have done really well to get at the position that they find themselves in. If they can get a 4-2 going onto the attack, the defense, sorry, rather, keep in mind, Cthulhu, that's a really good position to find yourself in. I mean, Dynasty have to now go onto the attacking side. So, arguably, their game only gets harder, provided they haven't been sort of doing a lot of prac work in terms of their executes on bank.
Yeah, honestly, for Dynasty, ideal scenario would have been 4-2 and up sort of scoreline, but I guess a 3-3 would be still not too shabby, at least not the best, not the worst kind of thing. Yeah, still doable. With Sealy getting the better of Malachi, that's also great because that's one of the 2 of the roam clearing operators out of the equation, which is an interesting kind of point to make. We haven't really seen teams dedicate too many operators for that sort of roam clear. It's generally speaking either Jackal or Lion. Ultimate are one of the few teams that actually opt into both of them, and well, unfortunately, Jackal doesn't really get to see a whole lot of things happen. Neither is Lion, as Cloudfuller just gets a bullet to the head from the back of Sealy.
We start to see the changes made here by Dynasty. I mean, we've seen Altered Edge enter from that bottom floor a couple rounds, 3 rounds here. So it's good to see Dynasty sort of putting people in place to collect. I mean, we had the roam, sort of lurk even, if you will, there waiting, ready to sort of find that kill. And I mean, those are 2 big kills to open up with. You've got Jackal and Lion off the board coming down in the last minute. Altered Edge, with only 3 to work with, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Definitely so, but all 3 of those players are very much full HP, plus the 3 Finker boosts are very much available now. For Voon, his position here could be a bit deadly, because if he doesn't check the far angles, Spruce will be able to farm up the frag basically scot-free. Voon is not yet ready. The pre-fires are certainly there. No, the ping is a little bit too far, and Spruce instead, actually gets a whole lot of damage, but it's Cyro's actually get the better of Hamio, and Voon falls courtesy of Flux, and all of a sudden, the opportunity to be able to hijack the momentum all of a sudden been completely lost. Oh, hello.
Faulty for core, more like faulty on for the 1v5. He finds the opener onto Bot, who seems to be finding himself as the first kill traded, unfortunately, majority of these rounds. But regardless, Sealy through the wall.
Hey.
Just a casual thing.
Bob.
Locks on and dominates.
Chris.
Faulty is, unfortunately, for the spectating screen for the next 30 seconds, as Dynasty put a very abrupt end to Altered Edge's really good start. But keep in mind, Cthulhu, they now go onto the defense, Dynasty to the attack. So this is where it gets spicy, because if Altered Edge can have an amazing performance on the defense, which we saw from them, we have seen from them on Bank, Dynasty are going to have their work cut out for them, because this is going to be telling on who is more prepared for this bout.
Definitely keen to see how both teams will be able to, respond to each other's plays here on the second half. Sealy to be bringing out the buck that he was fiending back in the early days of him being part of Team 7. So good to see that he's kind of almost going back to the roots. And understandably, with the Nook ban, we've kind of mentioned that could, halt a little bit his general approach to the game. But for the rest of the Dynasty, I mean, it's a bit of nearly a copy of what Altered Edge tried to bring in. Flux bringing out the Ying as well, looking to make a bit of a more chaotic, I suppose, turnaround, or maybe that would be more so utilized to just wedge out a couple of the hold, or rather anchor positions. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see, because I'm very much curious about how will Dynasty really play their cards here. No.
I mean, we talk about heating up. I mean, just look at Sealy. The first 4 rounds had only found himself 1 kill, and in the last 2 of their defense found 6 Cthulhu. So he's allowed to continue that kind of momentum. Obviously, if you're an Altered Edge fan / player, that is going to be scary, I think, to say the least. But given that he's back on that buck, something he's very comfortable with, things are about to get interesting, I would imagine. But the early roam from Altered Edge, something relatively expected, I guess, on a bank hold, but Dynasty looking to sort of play right into it. They have drones available, they have the information too. Voon conceding a lot of damage early on upstairs here.
Malachi now being left all alone on his roam upstairs could be cut off pretty quickly, with Cyro not particularly having a fun time. Malachi actually makes a solid play here. Now gets cut off and traded off by Bot, so look, for what it's worth, at least good that they've traded out. Although, I mean, trading a Vigil for a Finker, you take that trade as a defense any time of the day, really.
I mean, it's technically 1.8 kills, right? Voon is basically dead. Albeit the frag not there, so doesn't count. But a lot of damage dealt is still a lot of damage dealt. It is, you cannot heal him. He cannot return back to full HP. It's 1 or more bullets. Well, 1 if you shoot for the head, but regardless. Cthulhu. I mean, a 4v4. Doable position for both sides, coming down into the last minute and 10. Dynasty still have a bit of work to do. They still have to get blue control. They still have to open up these hatches to look for this execute.
Yeah, a lot of work has to be covered, and minute worth. With Celia holding control over the hatch, at least he should be able to cut off a whole bunch of those rotations, but Flux needs to start using his Candelas. We haven't really seen a whole lot of play from Ying, just period. So now with Dynasty trying to rendezvous towards the blue stairs, this could be an interesting shot, given that two players are currently very much focused on those main stairs, looking to make a play. Push comes in, but does the shove as well follow up. Celia, the timing is a little bit off there on that push with 30 seconds, and they only now coming down to the server. This could get rather problematic for Dynasty.
The 4-on-4 team fight. No Goyo, so the denial is going to lie in the hands of Cloudfuller and Hamyo. The Smoke and the Maestro, obviously. The Nitro also for Faulty, so actually a lot available. But speaking of available, it is going to be Faulty to collect. Spruce to Paimon on Davoon. Two players now left. Hamyo and Cloud both find one respectively, with Cloud finding a second. The pings are there as well. Altered Edge. Cloud with the shotgun. He finds 3 all up, and they close out defense. Arguably a round that they should not have walked away with.
I'm a little bit confused there as to how the Dynasty let that slip. Going full on, having 2-player advantage, all for it to be lost out in this kind of way, feels a little bit counterproductive. I'll be honest there, Proto.
He was just running around.
They were just, yeah, running around, walking around, almost feeling like, making it feel like a T-hunt for Cloud. But yeah, Dynasty, that was a bit of an unfortunate result there, to put it mildly. And Altered Edge, look, they will be glad to really take this away for a prolonged while, though. They have been the one leading the scoreline. And so them being back into that sort of lead, albeit by only 1 point, it's still a good sign. Altered Edge might just be able to hand in, well, yet another loss to Dynasty and score themselves finally that first win on the board.
I'd be interested to see what the communication was there, because, I mean, the nade lands. It kills the player red. You get the frag onto, I believe, the player either elevator or bottom main, wherever it was. So you've got full site control server side with red neutralized for the time being. They push in, they start planting the bomb. They had red control with a 4v2. In the space of 5 seconds, what went wrong? That's what I want to know. What was the call? I mean, that was Dynasty's round, hands down.
Oh yeah,
or at least it should have been. But something, I guess, just got lost in translation, and Altered Edge capitalized on it perfectly. I mean, Cloud, an insane 3K to lock it down. I mean, Altered Edge definitely been doing their homework.
Yeah, the only time he had to breathe was just in between the reloads with the SMG-11, especially with the first 2 of those frags. So yeah, that was really good from him. I have to commend AE. They're finally looking really good. But as well as that, it's good to see that they're finally able to, you know, identify those sort of mistakes that are being committed by Dynasty, and then, well, be able to very comfortably punish them. A whole lot of information as well being gathered here by Celia. Syra does get the better of Hamio and Faulty once again. Back to the spectator screen. So this one we might as well again see that sort of 4-4. Feels very much like a bit of a momentum repetition from our very previous matchup, Proto, isn't it?
However, you know, if Malachi and Voon can continue finding kills, I mean, Diffuser is dropped. It is going to have to be retrieved here by Dynasty. So it's going to take them some time, but, you know, the 10-20 seconds that it did take, I don't think it's really going to amount to too much. Again, another 2 versus 4 here. Altered Edge in not the greatest position, especially now as Malachi falls 2 bopped on that rappel. Voon in a 1 versus 4 had great entry on the attacking side, but can he make up for it and do it on the defense here? He will spot 1, and he's not even going to get it. Spruce from behind the OCL shield. Perfect setup, perfect execution. Dynasty answer back with a great round of their own.
Yeah, Spruce been definitely doing some pretty stunning work with the OCL shields as well. That whole setup to just basically prevent any sort of gunfire to start going towards the planner. Perfectly organized. Now, I did see a bit of a tease from Malachi to possibly bring in the clash. I would have been down for that sort of pick. For staff room and open area, I mean, having a clash basically as just yet another moving fortification not too bad of a play, although it definitely feels like Ultra Edge been looking to keep themselves as mobile as possible rather than locking themselves into one position, despite, you know, introducing Castle to the play, but it's more so just to hold the general kind of flow of things. So even in that sort of loss, Ultra Edge, the general idea that they had for the hold wasn't too bad. It's just it's more so with Bank, it is on a whole lot of frequencies, it's difficult to really deal with those sort of repelled attackers and to try to find a comfortable angle to really play around. So I think it's more so about now and in general with Bank, we kind of going to be entering kind of the phase where we might start seeing teams put a little bit more emphasis towards maybe the ATM holds to have that sort of counter to the windows, but or maybe I'm just, you know, just spitballing some of the more weirder ideas.
I mean, yeah, ATM is sort of one of those areas that I think is a bit difficult to hold, given there's all of the windows, even with the window nerf that Bank saw, but regardless, definitely something that could be implemented, given that Clash is as sort of potent as she is. I mean, stand in a corner, you know, you don't have to actually even shoot back, you just relay information. So there's that, but yeah, Edge not bringing the Clash, Dynasty bringing not the Osa, the Sens this time, as opposed to the other one spotted out behind the teller's desk. The shots being traded, Cloudfuller can't connect, but it's actually Cloudfuller that sort of does the most damage. I mean, yes, doesn't connect for the kill, but definitely connects for a good amount of damage. Does draw the Adrenal Surge from Cyro early, and that is arguably what you want to be doing. It's that thinker. I mean, get rid of that utility as quick as you can type thing, because then everyone from Dynasty pays, not just that single operator.
Definitely. Already yet another Adrenal Surge coming around. Cyro almost utilizing the sort of boost a little bit in a selfish way, but for all the understandable reasons, you would want to have Thinker on as much HP as possible. Plus, with Sealy starting to play that vertical, it would be beneficial, but doesn't even require that sort of health boost. He just takes heads just free of charge.
Does indeed, and Dynasty start to make short work of this vertical. Sealy does spot the feet of Cloud, but can't quite get all the damage required. A pixel of health left. Faulty does answer back with a kill of his own for the earlier frag. Takes down one of the members of Dynasty, getting some good damage onto a second. Cthulhu, there's only 50 seconds left. It's not a lot of time as Dynasty make their way towards the site.
Doesn't seem that way. Yeah, indeed, Proto, with Woon already going in for the swing. Cyro getting the better of Faulty. This is not looking particularly too great. No, the flank has been fumbled a little bit. No, Woon actually gets one. Cyro responds back. Flux, what are you doing? How that push has actually even been allowed with him down until down to Cyro all of a sudden.
You know, 1 versus 2. The bomb has been dropped, but it's inside of the breach, so he can go for the res and go for the diffuser retrieval. Has to get aggressive here, but spotted out, picking up the diffuser. Malachi gets the better of Flux, and Cyro now definitively in the 1 versus 2. 15 seconds, but from behind on the hatch, Voon to lock it down. Altered Edge once more find the lead. Dynasty just keep trading back and forth and cannot get a concise footing on what is going on right now. Altered Edge 1 round away from breaking the 5-round streak.
I'm getting one step closer to the win condition that you imposed as well, Proto. But
slightly closer, yeah.
but look, yeah, so far I gotta give it to Altered Edge. This has been a solid turnout, despite the fact that it has been kind of a back and forth trade central from both teams. It's good to see that AE are able to keep up pretty well with Dynasty, all things considered. Whilst for Dynasty, look, a number of misplays have been, you know, committed, especially back on the defense. Things didn't particularly go as planned, but with the way how the general trend been going, now I can't help but wonder, Proto, do we get to see OT from here on out? Since it's been kind of Altered Edge scores a point, Dynasty scores a point. Altered Edge scores a point, Dynasty scores 1. And it's been kind of, there hasn't been a whole lot of indication as to where does that sort of trade of the rounds really ends. Whereas, say, with Altered Helios and God, I completely missed out on Big Dogs. There we go.
I mean,
Big Dogs, at least they had sort of, or rather, that whole matchup had some sort of an extra
Yeah.
caveat with the fact that Banana was always playing with a bit of a lag as well.
yeah, exactly. But I think in this matchup, from here on out, the issue that will be is who makes the first mistake. That's what it's going to be, because when you start talking games that go on for as long as such, you don't see a team really lose it until there is a significant mistake made that costs a really important round, and then it all sort of collapses from there on forth. But Altered Edge playing very conservative right now. They sort of have to be, given that they hold the lead. They want to hold on to it for as long as they can. Maybe even secure the match point here, because Dynasty, as it sort of progresses, I mean, yes, they're trading rounds back and forth, but they are getting closer to making this their game as well.
Absolutely. Looking to ensure that they keep up this sort of round advantage. Would be great, but yeah, with players like Sealy who have been rather clinical on a number of their own plays, Altered Edge will have to definitely keep an eye out on where they kind of position themselves, how they're reading into this sort of play. So far, at least, their info gathering has been pretty clean, so gotta give them kudos for that. They, for the most of their engagements, they have been sort of expecting push to happen. Voon, yeah, probably a good idea to just back out of that position, because of just how painful it could have been.
Malachi gives himself away in open here, so Dynasty know he's there, and they're going to deal with him relatively quickly. Sire will open it up here, and the Roamer to fall. Altered Edge now 4 on the site, but they won it last time in a 2v4 Cthulhu. Can they do it again?
Already, yeah, with a number of bodies starting to fall. AE, look, we talked about them trying to hold on to this play, but so far it's all falling apart very, very thoroughly. Faulty getting pressured from so many positions as well, with the frag grenade starting to roll in, with the flashbangs. Yeah, a lot of free real estate has been given away.
Yeah, a lot indeed. But the smoke's really the only thing left for Denial, as Candles do come out. Faulty with the deep angle from inside of Vault here, sort of waiting for the cross, but Flux actually wins out on that one on the cross, and bopped as well. Dynasty with a flawless, another one in this matchup. It is a back and forth game right now, all the way 10 rounds in. We are yet to see that mistake from one of these rosters. They are just trading it out. They make one mistake, they then compensate every round back to back so far. Altered Edge, they look so good, Cthulhu. And if Dynasty come back and win at 7-5 here, I mean, how upset would they be?
Yeah, this would be quite upsetting if it does end up, you know, coming down to just them completely falling apart and being unable to, you know, claim any further rounds, which will mean kind of, I suppose, the curse will continue for AE. But in the same vein, yeah, this is one of the closest games and one of the more comfortable, I guess you could call it as well, for themselves. Whereas for Dynasty, it's been a bit of a slow burner and kind of playing almost that sort of an endurance game. And it is worth mentioning as well that for FFU teams, we've seen them kind of hit the early boost, kind of get that early advantage to then kind of slowly kind of wither away and almost burn out. So similar case could be, you know, talked about here as well for Altered Edge. They have been looking pretty good in terms of just how they played on a kind of a round-to-round basis, but it's the late game that so far seems to be possibly failing them. This round will be very much an indication of that. Whoever does get the match point here should be able to, you know, lock it all out, or at least proceed to, in terms of, or at least, well, in terms of Altered Edge, to at least get on board with the points.
Yeah, I mean, best scenario at the end of the day for Altered Edge is find a point. Whether that is in regulation or overtime, it's a win. So, regardless, they just want to either find it 7-5 or go to overtime and then they get a point. Regardless, that is the win condition. We talked about it. That's all it is. That's all she wrote. The Dynasty, obviously, they can put an end to that. They win at 7-5. after finding match point, provided they do. And I mean, with Altered Edge doing as well as they have been so far, and Flux struggling to get these Selma charges through the window, unfortunately for Dynasty, things are set back just that small amount.
No.
Oh, it's,
No.
you love to see it. It happens to the best.
Flux. That is just pain for poor Fluxus. Trying to just thread the needle, and we all know how treacherous sometimes the sort of the connectivity of those throwables can be. So understandable. We all share the pain, but the information is there. Pre-play C4 could be big, but Sealy does catch him off guard. So the plan should be relatively safe here for Spruce.
Yeah, getting it down in good time. Faulty does at least find the kill, but now in a 3 versus 3. Asari finds one. Sealer to chime in as well. Voon and Cloud fall. Hamyo and Faulty need to go huge in a 2 versus 3. They've got Sealy in the main lobby, currently doing absolute bits on the 0, but he has 2 on the rappel as well to deal with, as there's only 20 seconds left. The Nitro is used. Faulty aggresses into the site with his teammate Hamyo, looking to possibly try and get the bait here for the defuse. Faulty will start the tap. Hamyo playing close on the window, actually taking a lot of the focus. They can't get their planter, and Faulty allowed to defend Altered Edge with the defuse. Hamyo distracting enough as it is. Apparently, Dynasty not connecting. He just couldn't get the Selmas through the window to start, but he couldn't shoot Faulty through the chair. Dynasty, that's the mistake. That's the mistake.
That is the mistake that costs them the 3-rounder, or rather the 3-pointer.
Altered Edge find a point here.
Yeah, that's the point already
Win
guaranteed.
condition met. It's a dub.
Yeah.
We can cut it off here.
That's it. Yeah, GG's.
Thanks for coming, guys. Match 2's done.
How much of a tilter though that is for Dynasty, Proto? Because
imagine they lose at 7-5.
Oh, that's even worse.
That would be even worse.
That's a borderline, like
you can see
at this point, like you could possibly even pull a disband at this point.
You can see it. Look at Sealy. He is shook. He is 11 kills deep right now, and they cannot consolidate a match point round. That has got to hurt. Spruce just laying down the law. I mean, he needs to at this point. It's getting dire. I mean, this is a do or die moment. You've got to come back and win it in overtime, because if you don't, Altered Edge win the game. Which is something that we are yet to say in the Challenger League, Cthulhu. This could be it.
Ay, 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 ay. I am... Look, I think much like Sealy, I am shooketh as well. From this sort of turnout.
He is in disbelief.
Yeah, Sealy has been rattled to the very bones of that result, because, and I can tell you for a fact the man is roasting the team, saying, guys, I'm going double digits already. What the hell is happening?
I mean, keep in mind as well, in the first 4 rounds he only had 1 kill, and then he turned the burners on and started carrying Dynasty's hopes and dreams into the subsequent rounds. And I mean, yeah, to lose a round like that in a 3v2 with a post plant, you had grenades for denial and we just didn't see them. I mean, what a way to lose that round. And for Dynasty, that's going to hurt. So coming into this, we got to hope the mental fortitude is there, because if it is an Altered Edge, they might win something.
Oh, man. That is... Yeah, I'm not too sure what to make of it, really. It's just... You would be imagining that a number of problems might start, arising from that one. And Dynasty will certainly have to do quite a hefty amount of work to just bring themselves back from this tilter. At least with Bob getting better of Malachi, that's the big alibi player. Actually, a full-on jump in. Hey, Bopter's already on. Okay.
Bopter's planting the diffuser. Dynasty with 5 still up. Hamyo falls, as well as Voon. Cloud the last alive in a 1v5. Dynasty, the pep talk from Spruce has definitely done bits, apparently, because that is a flawless round at that, converted, and sends us swiftly into overtime. So no 7-5 regulation win for Altered Edge, but regardless, Dynasty hold on for one more.
Yeah, while Sealy is just, he's angry now. On the side of Spruce, he's just, like, his face says it all. Just, why couldn't we do this literally a round before?
One round, guys, come on. That's all he's saying.
I mean, understandable that, you know, Spruce is this frustrated about the end result of how things went, because evidently for Dynasty, they could have just, you know, claimed the three-pointer, and that would have actually pushed them, at least temporarily, into the second place proto, from 5th right now to the 2nd. That would have been big.
That would have been huge.
Yeah, unfortunately, all that they will be getting is a temporary tiebreaker for the 2nd place between Big Dogs and X-Antic, aka Get a Grip LFO. If they win this, obviously. If they lose this, well, that's only a tiebreaker with for the 4th place with 1620 Kings, which, yeah.
Depending
I mean,
on
it's still
match,
good,
obviously.
but
Yeah, still good. But yeah, I mean, regardless of the outcome, Cthulhu, regardless of how this one pans out, Altered Edge win in my eyes. They win in my eyes. They have surpassed 5 rounds and found a point. Someone upstairs is listening and has answered their prayers of points. And I mean, regardless, very well done. They've been doing really good work behind the scenes to secure that. So they deserve it. Dynasty, unfortunately, making some mistakes, find themselves in this position right now. But on the defense, they get to have some sort of semblance at a chance of redemption to regain the lead in this matchup.
Yeah. Curious how will Dynasty be able to, you know, roll it in. For AE, yeah, look. All the great deeds already been done. You've taken off the full three-pointer of Dynasty, completely disallowed any sort of big or rather considerable amount of progress. So that's already a dub.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Like you alluded to before, AE seems like drop down into the vault and then kind of a momentum play from there could be a decent idea, but with the hold, actually I just only realized the hold of the open area with the hatch. That could be an interesting one, but Faulty and Malachi are about to possibly run a fade on poor Sealy.
They've got players close by to look to possibly contest towards open. I mean, with that fire in the hallway, they did have the rotates cut off as they drop back to the side, but as the fire clears, Flux will make it Boone, not necessarily, unfortunately, there to collect. As Malachi finds a great nade onto Sealy, the call's relayed. The information played off of Altered Edge on this attack so far in the first round of overtime. Doing a pretty decent job.
Absolutely so. 56 seconds remaining, and only with Sealy down, Altered Edge would have wanted to see a little bit more of that advancement, but I believe the next less than a minute will be an absolute bloodbath. With already Cloudfuller's finding Cyro. How does Cyro land that sort of shot is beyond me, but that is beautiful, as that now puts the congestion into even space.
That's the second time he's done that in this matchup, Cthulhu. He's deadly with the RG-15, but speaking of deadly, Altered Edge are going to have to get a whole lot more aggressive and find some kills if they want to walk away with this round. They have the cross covered by Voom, but 20 seconds left. The Toxic Babes start to come out for Dynasty. The denial there means that Voom cannot push through. Spruce denying so much area right now. Swings on headshot, but will get traded by the nade. Malachi as well walks into red, spots the player walking into Vault. Voom connects the 100-box mag. Cyro, the last alive, will get the down, but not the confirmation. Hamyo to connect the headshot. Altered Edge once more find themselves on match point. Cthulhu, we're one round away from Altered Edge possibly winning. Dynasty, you gotta tighten those up.
Eesh. Well, this has been a
roller coaster.
This is a roller coaster of just emotions, purely for the fact just how much impact, just general storyline wise, this has been carrying, with Altered Edge possibly one round away from getting finally on the board, even like with a 2-pointer. Albeit, again, in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't really change a whole lot for them. But redemption is all that we talk about here, and that redemption is finally coming to terms here. Whereas you look at Dynasty, much same as for the big dogs, consistency has been very much of a questionable thing. But in terms of their here matchup, I kind of can't really put a finger on it, whether it's just in general their general coordination that has been just absolutely wonky, or whether it is just them being unable to, you know, properly adjust to the playstyle that AE will bring it in. Because again, you know, the difference in the experience and difference in the approach does matter here.
I think in regards to Altered Edge, or at least how they've played Bank so far, is it's very Altered Zelios. It is hyper aggressive. It is, you know, lock down a player, make sure you frag them. If you don't, GG, go next on the round type thing. And they've been doing it really, really well in terms of the aggressive style. I mean, we've seen Cloud pull off, you know, multiple sort of multi-kills Malachi as well on the roam, multi-kills Voon even. You know, having an impactful entry on both attack and defense for arguably his first proper game. And it makes a very stark difference. Altered Edge hold the lead. They are on match point for the second time in this game, Cthulhu. And that is something that just has never happened before.
Yeah, first time we get to see that, and I'm very much happy I get to cast and be part of that sort of history for. I was here when AE got on board, and I mean
when they actually won.
And I mean we've talked a little bit about Faulty for Core and in the pre-game desk segment as well. Last time it didn't work out, but Faulty even back then was showing a whole great promise. Now here it seems like finally it all came to term, but it wasn't even Faulty that was pushing the the numbers. It's Voon and Malachi actually.
I mean, even numbers on that supporting role, Faulty does sort of bring a lot, regardless of kills. I mean, he has obviously ability to be doing the calling. He provides a lot of utility benefits that sort of help and allow Voon and Malachi to find these kills. But Malachi's not going to be finding too much when he's face checked by Sealy, other than the end of the C8 shoved in his face. And Voon possibly very similar for that fate, but it's Syro to take down Hamio. Peeks on in, doesn't quite spot the head of Voon, but will connect. Regardless, the spray transfer, Dynasty in a 5 versus 2, unless Faulty and Cloud can close it here. We're going to be going the full 15. I'd imagine that is going to be the case. We're going to get everything here, and Dynasty going to be able to lock down a defense round, or at least have the chance.
Possibly so. Cloudfuller could attempt to play for time, but even then, 2 smoke grenades won't really do a whole lot. Meanwhile, on the side of Dynasty, there's a lot of utility to be thrown around. Nade out from Syro. Nothing just yet. Nade out from Bop also does bring nothing. So Cloudfuller now, he already managed to pull off a phenomenal feat where it was, I believe, a 2v4 that they managed to bring back. Can they do it against 2v5? That's a whole different question as the Candelas are out.
Candelas drop, the bomb starts going down. Spruce will be planting. Faulty can't connect onto the angle deep into the site. Cloud takes a considerable amount of damage from Flux as well. The post plant, Faulty to fall. Make it both the flawless from Dynasty. Make it their 4th in the game so far. And we do go to the full 15, Cthulhu. Altered Edge have gone the yardage in this matchup. But Dynasty have managed to hold on. And on top of that, the benefit coming into this last round is that they get the defense. But even then, they don't get downstairs. They've already won downstairs. They don't get to see it again here in overtime. It will have to be... Oh, sorry, they do. I lie. My bad. I guess I'm wrong. We do that sometimes, apparently. But the downstairs, I mean, yeah, a little bit of trolling. Even in saying that, though, the downstairs for both teams has not been the strongest in any regards.
That's true. That's true, yeah. I mean, dating back to even just the very first round of OT, things kind of fell apart rather quickly. And, yeah, look, for Dynasty, I mean, they once again kind of introduced a very similar sort of lineup. Looking at the leaderboard as well, once again, yeah, Voon Malachi sitting on the 10s. But then you look at the Dynasty roster. Sealy dropping a 14. Cyro on 12. And it kind of paints a picture of, whilst on the side of Dynasty, you know, all consistently on positive KD, so everyone at least with one frag around kind of been pitching in here and there. For AE, it has been a little bit less of a consistent kind of result. Yes, Voon currently unfortunately sitting on a negative KD. Malachi 10-9, Cloudful is 7-10, 4-9 for Hamio, 5-10 for Faulty. So whilst yes, they have been doing their due diligence, it has been off the back of a number of those big, almost star plays.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely individualistic sort of moments, I guess, for Altered Edge. But regardless, I mean, they got it to this point in doing such, so take that as we will. On the analysis side of the breakdown, Cthulhu, the final round. No more second chances here.
Yeah, the sudden death.
To either side. Yeah, sudden death. This is it. This is where the game ends. But Altered Edge, I mean, even if they don't walk away with the dub, have gone the absolute most that they could, which is an improvement of stark variance compared to what we've seen from them previous.
Absolutely, yeah. AE definitely looked much more promising in this very matchup. It's worked out so phenomenally well that it's genuinely impressive. Even this, even if it will end up being, you know, a dynasty win at the end of it all, still very much a huge improvement. Frag Grenade is already out to clear out the position. The flames are there. Yeah, Voon, you can't be allowed to, or rather, you can't allow yourself to push in like this, buddy. I know you have the Thinker boosts, but last time he tried to do that, that was completely shut down.
Yeah. He's learned his lesson, though. He's not doing it again. So I guess there's that. But with a Nitro from Sealy, connects onto Cloud, it does open up the possibility that we do see some aggression here from Dynasty now, but the early fallback, Altered Edge, a minute left in play. There's not a lot of time, especially down a pick.
Yeah. Cloud has been one of those players that, well, despite having a negative KD, he was able to still open up quite a number of opportunities. Now with the push starting to come around rather soon, or rather needing to start very soon. At least Sealy does fall, so that is a big opener for Hamio. The preparation for the push is there as well. The scan coming around to get some information and knowledge about certain players as well being present. And Plant should be still in a good contention. Voon, why are you pushing, buddy? You're at the point where you can shut down. It does to a certain degree work, but a simple tap will basically be the end of him.
20 seconds left. Altered Edge, the bomb now being planted. The Nitro to come from Flux doesn't connect, but Voon's deep. This is going to be a big allowance. Malachi takes down one. Bopt and Spruce to find one each as the Candelas keep coming. Hamio connects onto the Jaeger in red. He swings on round. He's got the vault control, but no. Taken down by Cyro. The FO12, Malachi gets the plant down and gets out. It's a post-plant. Cloud drops the GGs, but it might not be over just yet. Malachi has been doing absolute work for Altered Edge so far in this matchup. 30 seconds, though, right now is all that defines the difference. The Goyo canister to burn 20. Cyro on the flank. Is it enough, Cthulhu? The pings are there. The fire still up. This is riding on the first Altered Edge win that we have seen yet in the Challenger League. Cyro regains control upstairs. Malachi from blue has to get aggressive on the diffuser, but shot. No, he finds one. He gets two. Altered Edge win a game, and Dynasty fall in max overtime. Cloud calls it early, but it's not over. Malachi, if he has anything to say about it, shuts it down, and they find a point.
Oh, lordy. Oh, wow. That was a huge turnout. Yeah, and absolutely Faulty and the rest of the team stoked just as we are. As finally, Altered Edge, yeah, they got on board. They got their one.
They woke up. They found the issue. Oh, my.
Jeez. Well, that was an interesting turnout. As yeah, look, finally history in the making, I suppose, to a certain degree. Panda, welcome back as well to the desk. You got to see it all unveil, but you didn't get to cast it. Look, how do you feel? Let's start off with that one, I suppose.
Far out, they drug it out, didn't they? My God, full 15 rounds. Dynasty, I mean, look, that has to be the question. What's going on? Is this Altered Edge finally stepping up to play with the big boys? Or is Dynasty slipping a little bit? No, I'd have to go with the first one. Altered Edge came to play today. Cthulhu, they really did.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, they finally woke up. They finally turned up, and whilst look more so probably even to their own disbelief, they managed to win it all out. But oh my lord, that was quite something.
And Proto, it could have been a vastly different story. I mean, the CEO grenade. Let's talk about it. Cyro took himself out. I mean, he needed to take out the player on the diffuser. There were a couple of moments there that Dynasty should have been able to shut it out in.
Yeah.
There were multiple instances that big mistakes were made. I mean, first of all, that post plant. That was sort of, I guess, the beginning of cascades for Dynasty. And then I don't even think that it was a mistake in that final round having Cyro go for that flank, because Malachi just won both of his fights. I mean, mechanical prowess at its finest, finds the drop, finds the aggressor. I mean, that was, as you said, that is Altered Edge turning up finally. They've found their spot, they found their stride at least, and have started dealing damage. And I mean, what a match to do it in against Dynasty. That was insane.
Well, you know what they say, better late than never. The man, the myth, the legend, Malachi, coming in after 5 play days from Altered Edge. Look, mate, you made us wait. You pushed it. You absolutely knocked it out of the park there. Not to mention clutching up the final round of the map. Look, dude, how does it feel to finally get on the board?
Hey everyone, and as you can see, I just can't get a smile off my face. Feels good. It feels good. And I made up for last week going 3-11, so that's also good.
Yeah, look, a gargantuan effort from you and the boys as well. Look, going into this one, what was kind of the feeling within the AE camp, given that, look, it's been a bit of a rough one just in general for you guys this season. Going into Bank, was it kind of just alluding to a bit of a comfort zone, or was it still very much nerves all around?
Yeah, it was a comfort pick to go to Bank. I think mood-wise though, the boys have been high spirits. We came in, just want to have fun now. Like, we wanted a point, we get the match point, and we managed to win it, which is even better. So that's good. But yeah, Bank, it's a good map. It's fun. And they also banned, like, all our, like, their bans were good for us. And then the last two, we were happy with both of the last 2 maps. And then we were just like, oh, let's just go for the comfort pick. Try some new things out. And yeah.
There you go.
I guess that is then the question. I mean, tonight, what was different from the first 4 play days? Ultimately, in your 5th, you culminate to a win. What changed?
To be honest, I actually think it might have been the mood. I think everyone just seemed, we were happier, we were just like having fun, I guess, and not taking it too seriously. So we weren't getting in our own heads, we weren't, you know, just making simple mistakes. We just played to have fun. And
The power of friendship, obviously. But that's what it is. You got to put it down to one thing. But look, Malachi, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here in the booth. We'll give you a floor, give you the opportunity. You can shout out anyone.
Shout out to everyone that's supported us, even though we haven't shown the best Siege as of late. But finally, we get the win. Finally, for everyone out there, I'd like to shout out Dynasty. It was a fun game. Whether we lost that or won it, I found that a fun game. And shout out to the teammates as well. Everyone's doing a great job putting in the work. And yeah. And shout out to you guys for casting such great Siege all the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I know it was such a great match to cast. I was so glad that it was on me. But look, Malachi, we'll let you head off, let you go celebrate with the lads, and we look forward to potentially seeing you again in the coming weeks. Gentlemen, what a way to do it here in Playday 5. They made us wait. And look, the wait paid off Cthulhu quite easily.
Very much so, yeah. This was a absolute heater of a matchup. Arguably, well, not arguably, most definitely this is the highlight matchup for me here out of the whole Playday, because look, this finally broke that sort of the curse, I guess, for Altered Edge. They finally on the board. Then from there on, well, the sky's the limit.
The sky is the limit indeed, but we see the limits of my patience, of course. Do we get into the clubhouse? Do I have to go back to Villa or Oregon again? But do I get to have some fun on broadcast too? We'll find out after the break. We'll see you guys back soon.
Whole life in words is doggy dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if the wise like despise others' life. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Living for the fire, lower, I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Living for the fire, lower, I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause I'm changing.
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes out the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes out the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe.
Well, one of our newest teams in the Oceanic Challenger League has got themselves a win tonight, their first win of the stage. And it was against an opponent that we thought might have given them a run. They did indeed. Now we turn our attention to match 3 of the evening. And, well, Cthulhu, I think this one's a little bit more stacked. But Nutty Gaming, the promises they've shown so far this stage, could this be the dark horse, the upset of the stage?
Look, I mean, we've already technically seen one upset in AE versus Dynasty. Maybe today is the day for it, really. Well, though comparing Dynasty and Spheres would definitely feel like 2 completely different calibers. But look, on the side of Circular Spheres, it's a roster that has been looking rather solid in their overall performance.
And it's going to be a matchup for the days, obviously. We say goodbye to an absolute legend in the Challenger League this stage. Goofed back out again, unfortunately. Japer back. We'll see if he can bring the same gravitas to this roster. But what we know for sure, they are in top at the moment. They are locked in for first. Even if they do somehow lose this and get a grip LFO, pick up a win, they will still be locked in for first. But their opponents, Proto, Nutty Gaming, not quite the out the gate start that we thought they would have after winning Playday 1, but they've got some great stuff on board.
They've been doing some really good work. You know, not even just picking up wins, but even in just the showing up that they've been doing day in, day out, and the work that they've been putting in behind the scenes. They have been improving week on week. So for them to come into this matchup, yes, it's going to be difficult, given that this is the first place team and has been for the entire stage. Look, NT are going to have their work cut out for them, but I mean, I don't think they necessarily walk away with the victory, but they definitely walk away with some great experience from this one.
And look, I'm going to have a word with the lads after we're done tonight. This is just not on. I cannot believe that I cannot remember the last time that I got to cast something that wasn't Oregon, Clubhouse, or Villa. I'm absolutely livid.
It doesn't happen.
But look, Cthulhu, it's one of the biggest talking points coming into the stage, of course. Kraken, they promoted into the Nationals. They left a bit of a void. Circular Spheres was second place last stage. They are top of the table now. And is this a case of, you know, they are now the best team in the competition, they are going to be the ones to promote, or this is just, again, that continuation? They were rightfully second last stage. Do you reckon they can break through that glass ceiling into the Nationals?
I definitely think they certainly have the potential. Going into this stage, they have been one of the more, you know, confident performers compared to a majority of different teams. I mean, you could say technically the same thing about Get a Grip LFO, but after their unfortunate demise last week, things didn't look as, you know, promising for them. But certainly, Circular Spheres, they were before the big runners-up after Kraken. They are now the runners-up to join Kraken possibly in OCN, should they, you know, stick to the first place by the conclusion of OCL Stage 2, and then go and win the relegations against what possibly could end up being Ground Zero.
Now, Proto, there was a couple of options going into the final. Matt, Vito, we go to Oregon. Again, it's one of those staples of the region. Cthulhu, actually, we'll get your final thoughts before we let you head off. Oregon, Nutty Gaming, Circular Spheres, what do you reckon?
Look, I'm gonna be basic, and I'm gonna probably throw over to Spheres, but I reckon this will be a close one here.
Bold call, Proto, as we jump on into Oregon, of course. Cthulhu, anything but basic. We know that much. He's very much an extra individual. You don't get to see him off screen. He's really a character, and he's a bit of a handful some days. But look, let's get on to the op ban phase. That should no surprises out of Nutty Gaming. We've seen the Finker once already tonight. Do we get it again, do you reckon?
I don't know. I would sort of maybe think that we see more of a Flores on the sides of the bands here, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, Finker definitely an option, given that she's seen a sort of increasing ban rate given her sort of prowess. But it's actually Jackal to go from Spheres. So Finker and Flores both in play.
Potentially identifying a bit of a crutch there for Nutty Gaming in that Jackal, but I mean, it's a trend that we're seeing a lot, you know, in the leagues above this one tier, entering, you know, tier 1 ANZ, tier 1 SCA, the Finker ban coming quite prevalent. Valkyrie, along the lines of what we're expecting in a matchup like this. Nothing real crazy out of the ordinary, but Nutty Gaming, I mean, do we see the Azami ban? Do we see the Mira, Kaid? Where does it go, given that Thatcher is already banned out? You'd have to imagine they'd go for Kaid, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cade banned out. We've even seen Smokes on Oregon Panda, so it could be anything, but it's Mira to go. So Cade stays. Cade stay. And Mira goes. So both Spaniards, one of the SAS and one of the SEALs. So, look, coming into it, NTE start on the defense, so they get the better side of the coin toss, I suppose, in that regard. But either or, Circular Spheres are back to their full 5. They've got Japer back. He's returned from his hiatus, looking to do some damage. Panda. coming into this matchup. It's going to be a big one. It's one of those back to basics maps, one that has been practiced extensively, I'd imagine, by both sides. So if you see anything out of the ordinary here,
Well, only
It'll
Mello
get interesting.
ripping the Nitro off spawn, which not really ideal given the attackers aren't even, you know, contestable at the moment. But no, honestly, so far this is sort of how you'd expect it to round out on the defense. We're seeing a lot more of the alibi as of late. You want to be able to deny that info, which has been so key. I mean, it's Crimstar that I'm looking at, obviously, to kick this off. Him with the power of physics behind him, and Nook with a thinker is a deadly combo on Oregon.
yeah, it definitely is, especially in the hands of someone like Crim. So provided he can get in and get some early kills here, ultimately open things up for Circular Spheres, NTE are going to have to be very careful at how they choose to roam this. I mean, we've seen previously in previous playdays that NTE do get quite aggressive on these roams, which Circular Spheres are arguably one of the best teams when it comes to dealing with aggression by counter-aggression. I mean, their sort of aggression on aggression play is unrivaled at this point, really.
Yeah, they back it up quite comfortably too. You can be aggressive and unsuccessful, but Circular Spheres, they find themselves in that you know, ticking both columns, being aggressive, being successful with that aggression, capable in the fragging department, and obviously the strategic approach to the map. Right now, though, it's Geordie looking to get things underway, starting to open up attic, stock standard approach so far.
Yeah, it's, definitely sort of just continuing on with the norm of the take, but we sort of date back to Playday number 4 on Oregon, funnily enough. NTE's last matchup against 1620 was arguably their most impressive to date, Panda. And, you know, you come into this, it was a 7-5 against 1620. Obviously, they didn't walk away with the victory, but what was shown as a premise was NTE are learning and developing. So keep that up, and Spheres should be scared.
Well, yeah, they should be, especially with Japer falling the way he just did. Mello rips the Nitro, throws it towards the walk-in wardrobe, but Oz obviously having the wherewithal to back himself off and not risk his life. But it's an unfortunate loss. Japer on that, you know, double window, having the utility he had remaining, and I think he still had 2 frag grenades in pocket. Luckily, though, Geordie, that's a big kill. That is a colossal kill to take back.
Yeah, Spheres have found really good picks, but a trade from Crim. He was alive up until moments ago, so his effect, unfortunately, not going to be too much, given that he took a lot of utility with him. I mean, nades, etc. So as Spheres start to take a lot of the required control for this execute, NTE are going to have to start tightening things up on the site, because the information's being relayed and the kills at him are only soon to follow.
3 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 2 as life gets involved. Taking down physics, Kongi takes the last 2 as Geordie and Oz have no chance to answer back. Absolutely, like, yeah, they had no idea. I mean, they pinged him out moments ago, but they just didn't expect him to aggro up the way he did.
No, they did not at all. And I mean, fight aggression with aggression. We were talking about it moments prior, Panda, and here we are, Kongi doing exactly that. Just locking in that round for his team. I mean, as you said, he was spotted out, you know, only moments prior on the drone. The information was there. Spheres knew exactly where he was inside a kid. That's why the nade was thrown, but unfortunately not quite cooked enough, meant that he was allowed to move on out, find those 2 kills, and NTE start off with a really good round. But it is defense Oregon. They get the first half. So if they don't find a 4-2 here, I would be surprised, because, I mean, they've got the better starting side. Albeit, if Spheres find their momentum, yeah, look, things get scary from there, especially if Crimstar's allowed to start fragging.
I mean, to be fair, after stage 1, Oregon was a 50-50 map. Now the ship is only about 5% globally, so it still should be a reasonably even map, even on the attack, for Circular Spheres, who so far have been the dominant team in this competition. So I'd be concerned if it was, you know, 4-2, 5-1 in that vicinity. And I mean, there would be a stunningly large piece of evidence to support as to why that potentially happens, given the difference between last week and this week.
Regardless, NTE lead with 1, so it's a good start for them. Jappa being back, he's sort of taken over the role that we saw Crimstar on in the previous play days, sort of having him on that Yana. A little bit more of a heavy fragger for the roster, which maybe, I mean, we saw him on Knock last round, so it's not exactly a stark change, but he's playing Habana this round, which does sort of mess with the dynamic a little bit, I suppose. And Circular Sphere is definitely not looking as aggressive at the moment as they have in previous play days. Whether or not it's because of those conformational changes, I mean, that could be maybe what sort of hurt them in that first round.
Cool. He's looking to get a bit aggressive down here in meeting. You've seen him cover a decent amount of distance. You look at the support that he's got on this first floor. Life there as well, a floating, I believe it was Kongi, around the big tower stairs. So there is a loose presence, unfortunately a little bit looser now as Crim finds the first here in round 2. And Life being off the board, manageable, but not ideal.
No, definitely not. But regardless, for Spheres, it took them half the round, find that opening pick, take one of the roamers down and gain some presence. Now you now have full second floor control, or first floor rather, should we say, both, if you want to be pedantic. But it is going to open up a lot of avenues for them now, obviously, as they start to sort of tick the boxes of things required. I mean, hatches being opened up, they're gaining control to the bottom of these main sort of staircases and avenues into the site, and NTE are sort of dwindling in the amount of control that they do have based on what they had at the start. I mean, they had so much, and as the damage starts to trickle in, I mean, Jappa takes a little bit, but Finker being up obviously allows for the adrenal surges as the execute is only moments away.
That loose, well, I was going to say that loose first floor roam dealt with quite nicely, but Gulo, he just swings out. Big kill there to claim back. Captain Oz, unfortunately, now death, 2 deaths to his name and not a single frag. The drone in deep will spot him out, so he can't swing that angle onto Laundry again. This toxic can is to set up dangerous, and especially with the follow-up to equalize from Mello. Geordie out of the equation, a lethal gunner in his own right. Kulo contesting towards Freeze, but Jappa hunting him. Will lose the gunfight to the bailiff of all guns. This is not going Sphere's way. Physics the last remaining. Absolutely shut down, and Nutty Gaming take 2 very convincing rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that is just highlight, Panda. I mean, we said they've been putting the work in. And they definitely have been. Keep in mind, this is the top-rated team currently in the Challenger League for Stage 2. So to come into this as so, with Jappa returning to the main build, NTE have done pretty decently taking these first 2 rounds. Provided that Spheres don't turn around and just stomp the next 4. You know, NTE have pretty good ground now with these 2 rounds to sort of continue on and look to gain themselves a relatively stable foothold for at least a 3-3. But regardless, I mean, they're still looking really, really good in the early moments of Oregon here. So that is something, I guess, that we do have to sort of pay a tribute to, because Spheres have definitely been falling for it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely caught me off guard. I didn't think at all that Circular Spheres... I mean, I knew there was a possibility they'd lose some rounds today. There's always a possibility of that, but the fact that Nutty Gaming have been so dominant in the 2 rounds that we've seen played, it's not like it's been a close affair. Like, it was just a very, very solid closeout from both of them. But this does absolutely nothing but benefit Get a Grip LFO. Nutty Gaming not in position to go for that promo spot. A win here against Circular Spheres, even in overtime, is going to benefit Get a Grip LFO.
Yeah. Every single sort of point matters, I guess, at this stage in the competition for both teams, respectively, that being Spheres and Get a Grip. So as long as they can continue with their winning streak, NTE obviously giving them a good run for their money at the moment, but with the Green Rush sort of set up here, as everything starts to culminate, Panda, Circular Sphere is definitely leaning more into the aggression.
Oh, Orion, unfortunately, does not do enough damage to take out Physics, and they have the site and can complete control of it. And Jappa just walks himself up towards Meeting Hallway and finds the follow-up kill there as well. Big shots coming through. Mello answers back. Diffuser has not gone down, and that is a big concern. They've wasted so much time getting that diffuser down, and now the retake can begin. Now down to the 3 versus 3. They push on, and it's all it's done is allowed Nutty Gaming to reposition and start the contest here. Krim, the long contest, not going to work to Zulu. And the 2 versus 2. Nutty Gaming can play this and potentially take it. E1D, 1 remaining, but it's on cooldown. Japer for 1. It's traded back. Kongi might be the hero that Nutty Gaming needs to clutch this one up. Does he have any info at all? Pre-fires to come through. E1D's got about 6 seconds to work with before it's all over. He's going to go try and bait out the defuse. He has to win the gunfight here, but no. Captain Oz, he's done enough, and he baits it out, wins it. My God, that was too close for a play like that.
Way too close, but for Circular Spheres, it means a round on the board. And it puts them back into the fight here on Oregon. A little bit of a slower start than we're used to, I should say, for the Spheres, keep in mind. But with Jappa being gone for 2 weeks and him sort of coming back into the play today, obviously they are definitely going to have a little bit to sort of, I don't know, wean out, I guess, as opposed to having a lot more of an aggressive build with Goofed along. So either or. A round is a round. Whether it was won in a 1v1 or a 5v1 Panda, it counts at the end of the day. And Spheres consolidate their first for themselves. And begin their run here on Oregon in terms of being on the scoreboard. So NTE, a great start, but Spheres able to answer back with something before things get out of hand.
Yeah, definitely feels like there's a bit of rust coming into this matchup, of course. I mean, the fact that they got into the bomb site so freely, but then it took almost another, what, 40 seconds to get that diffuser down, and it allowed Nutty Gaming to reposition, start contesting in the post plant. So hopefully, I mean, that should be jarring enough that they figure out what they need to do. And am I correct? Was that an Artilliclaw accidentally destroyed by the reinforcement?
I think it was, yeah. I think it may have been, but either way, speaking of openings, Japer. It's going to be shaking off that rust quite quickly as Orion falls, and an explosive sort of start to this 4th round as Circular Spheres open it up with 2 big kills. I mean, that is a lot of utility gone. You've got the passive from Orion, but not only that, the Nitro from Mallow, and 2 great guns off the board.
And now that question, you know, that round I think will haunt Nutty Gaming for the rest of the map. They was that close to clutching it up. It was literally, I mean, millimeters from victory there, unfortunately. And if they'd won it, would it be a different story? But right now, Circular Spheres are biting back with vengeance right now. 2 quick kills, 2 very big kills at that. And they've got an advantage. They can look to play numbers.
I mean, it's a great start so far for Circular Spheres, but they are still doing all the checkboxes required, obviously. Flores having a great effect. You know, we mentioned he usually gets banned out on Oregon, and we see why often most of the time. But at the moment, he's working to great effect, doing exactly what he's good at. But unfortunately, physics not quite able to connect onto Kongi means that while, yes, Flores may be doing really, really good in his implementation here by Circular Spheres, if you can't pair that up with the mechanical prowess, unfortunately, things don't usually connect how you would like, but Crimstar will at least connect. So there's that.
How have we ended up in another 1 versus 1 clutch situation? Oz swings and wins it. 2 rounds in a row here, Proto. But that is 2 rounds now that Nutty have been able to bring it down to the 1-on-1 clutch situation. 2 rounds now, unfortunately, though, that they've lost it. But Circular Spheres, I mean, up until this week, I mean, well, it's technically still lossless. They haven't lost this match yet. But a team that has, let's be honest, not been pushed, is now being pushed by one of the newcomers in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it is, it's definitely a showing right now. from NTE. I mean, obviously there is work going into, you know, the things that they are bringing behind the scenes in regards to a multitude, but either or. NTE really doing good in those first 2 rounds. Spheres do sort of bring it back into their own sort of control, I guess, in terms of the pacing and win 2 of their own. So I think that has to do with some possible changes we've seen from Krim. I mean, we've had him go back onto more of that sort of frag-heavy role. Even while he's been playing the Hibana, he has sort of been allowed to open the hatches and then sort of go crazy, go stupid, do whatever you want, shoot people, and actually currently leading the kills. But the 2 kills that Captain Oz has found have been in 2 1v1 clutches. So a lot more in terms of impact, but in terms of obviously quantity, Grimstar is leading the charge. But that is what we expect. He is someone who has fragged, top fragged even, on a multitude, especially while Jappa has been gone. He's sort of taken the reins, I guess, as one of the primary fraggers for this roster. He's definitely sort of starting to do that once more here, again tonight on Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a time that you wanted to show up, it's definitely at those clutch situations. But, I mean, the fact that it is this close, I mean, even the Get a Grip LFO match didn't feel this close, and that was the 2 top of the leaderboard teams at that point, tied for first, looking to decide who walks away in first seed coming into this week. So Nutty Gaming, I mean, it just goes to show that hard work does pay off week after week. They're looking better and better. Jappa, though, again, back in the team, back in form, finds himself another opener.
Yeah, I mean, you can only ever improve, I suppose, Panda. And for NTE, obviously, the work being put in is just constant improvement. And it's something you love to see from one of the newer teams coming in. So provided they keep that up, they might even be able to contest with teams at the top of the end of the leaderboard. But regardless, Spheres are looking like they want to go for the quick execute here, but NTE not really letting that happen easily.
Physics! Oh my God, 3 rounds in a row, 3 1-on-1s to close out the round. This time, though, there's almost, well, there's over 90 seconds remaining. Physics on the drone. Looking for that info. Needs to figure out who he's taken on here at Kulo. 6-3. So far outpacing his opponent. Physics. It's going to be the swing. Kulo just backs himself off. Will force the rotation, though, to another avenue into the site. Physics has 1 stun remaining. Well placed. It could be enough. Bit of chip damage through the wall. Obviously, being soft and all, it enables that right now. This is truly tense. Stun is in, and white screen! Physics caught with the bailiff. He knows! He locks it down! How have Circular Spheres pulled out 3 1-on-1 clutches in a row?
At the top of the leaderboard for a reason, Panda. And while it may be coming down to 1v1s every round, or at least the last 3 that we've seen, they're winning them. And whether it is on mechanics checks or just better positioning, I mean, Physics played that one, positionally speaking, perfectly. Great utility usage to pair, obviously, and then locked it down. I mean, on the white screen, Kulo didn't really have much opportunity or chance, really, to sort of go for anything. Had to commit to the swing. Did get some damage off, but ultimately not the kill. And while he is leading... Sorry, well, one of the leaders, kill leaders for NTE right now. It's Kongi, I guess, that you really want to be in those positions because he's the one doing the damage. Either or, Circular Spheres find their 3rd in a row and definitely look pretty good for the 4-2 here going onto the defense. That is great footing to put yourself in early moments on Oregon. I mean, they say it's one of the harder sort of things to start on the attack. To start the defense, then go on to the attack, especially if you don't find a 4-2 in your favor. So NTE, the best they're going to be able to hope for here is a 3-3. And in saying that, I mean, Spheres right now are definitely the ones dictating pace, even though it is so close.
Hell, I mean, you look 3 rounds in a row where it's come down to 50-50 gunfights. If we're being honest with ourselves, it could have gone either way with a game like Siege, with a game where headshots are more often than not the deciding factor in who lives and who dies. But final round of the half, Crimstar picking up the mantle of Ash. Oz, unfortunately, being handed the role of support for the last of the attacking rounds. But, I mean, understandably, given Crimstar and how much he's impacted this game already.
Not even just this game, Panda, multiple games for Spheres. But in saying that, NTE in the first couple of rounds definitely did good at shutting him down, but he's sort of now returned back to that fragging role. They've sort of flexed Captain Oz onto that sort of hard breach supporting style, and it is paying off for them. I mean, 3 in a row is definitely a very good outcome, as the Twitch is used to get rid of all the utility protecting the shield just outside of Dorm, so Spheres will be able to clear that one out relatively quickly, but as they now shift their focus to clearing out not only floor but the first floor as well, it's going to have to be a multi-pronged approach here, because, I mean, there are a lot of different avenues that Spheres are looking to sort of implement into their attack, but ultimately it's going to come down to one for the execute.
Nade through the game's window, unfortunately eaten by an ADS, and Geordie going to throw his up and get involved, and it's good for the Artilla Claw, so Captain Oz will be able to get that wall open nice and wide. Mello, no shot! Japer wins that gunfight without info.
And wins arguably one of the most important fights that Spheres are needing to win. Kongi allowed to swing out here and do some good damage. The flow has not bought this round means that a lot of these shields, especially inside of Pit, are going to be allowed to stand, but with Crimstar just face checking, things not looking good for NTE.
My God, that's a terrifying prospect. I was already in looking for that plant life. Sort of locked into kids, physics, Crim and Geordie. Book it all together. And they hit the flawless for the team. My God, what a shot to close out the round. No clue, opens the window, finds an opportunity and makes the most of it. Circular Spheres book themselves the 4-2 half here, Proto.
And going on to the defense as well. It's definitely the position you want to be in, Panda, provided that... Keep in mind, NTE had the first 2 without a question. And then subsequently, the 3 rounds following came down to 1v1s. And then that last round, obviously, a flawless. Didn't really leave much to be desired from Spheres. I mean, it was just dominance in the final round. It was sort of the Spheres that we are more used to, I guess we could say, in terms of their... Not only their execution, but their aggressiveness. I mean, we saw the attic wall, into Trophy opened up, and that shield in the pit position, Kongi behind it, just got face checked by Crim. I mean, Crim just walked in on the Ash and sort of just said, "Hey, how you going? I would like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty," and had a very stern word with him. But yeah, NTE first 2 rounds really promising, but other than that, I mean. Yeah, they came down to 1v1s and they were really, really close. I mean, as you said, 50-50. But Sphere still came out on top 3 out of 3 times.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Yeah, look, it's one of those situations in the movie where you're just going to put it all on red, and well, in the movies they win it somehow. Here they've won it too. But, I mean, we now go onto the defense, Circular Spheres and Crimstar. We can see him on our screens now. I mean, it's almost an iconic operator for him at this point. Crimstar on the Oryx has been a real standout for the team.
I mean, what's not to like? You got the T5 with a 1.5 on it. It's a bit like Legion before it was removed. And he just has so much sort of utility. You've got the Bailiff. He's got, obviously, the passive in terms of the hatch jump. The Rema Dash as well, good used for sort of remodeling sites. So Crim does really bring a lot when he brings this operator, not only in his fragging and mechanical prowess, but also obviously in the utility side of things as well. The beepers even, but either or, his utility not doing too much as he sits on the site for the time being, as NTE begin to take the control required. They've got some good spread towards tower with Kulo locking down this main lobby cross, but allowing players from Spheres to rotate out like that, probably not the greatest beginning, unfortunately.
Oh, Geordie. What a flank this is going to be. The nade throw, and Crim takes some big damage, but the cover's not there. It's just a bit of chip damage onto Kulo, who gets himself up armory stairs and away, and a very, very significant missed opportunity from Geordie allows Nutty Gaming to get a foothold, at least in position to contest this side.
Yeah, that's not good. Especially being that was the kill that you needed to open up the door. But they've got some okay damage, I guess. Mallow and Kulo both not looking great, with Kulo now actually falling. So they do open it up with a pick in their favor. But with the breach being in the position that it is, I mean, things not looking great as it comes to the execute as the health bars start to dwindle. What a shot from Kongi.
Captain Oz, close, no! Just Siege timing at its finest with the flanker from behind. Kongi for a third. Geordie finds 2 from Armory. Japer makes it even worse. My God, how are we in the 1 versus 1 again? That is not on. Diffuser control for Geordie 2. Life, where does he go? What does he do? The rotate around. Do they have any info at all? Geordie should have heard this. The shot's on, but it's the big mouse one. Box mag. No! How? 4 rounds. 1v1 clutches to boot.
Captain Oz with 2. Physics with 1 of his own, and now Geordie to find 1 as well. Everyone but Japper, really. And Krim to find a 1v1 clutch, but wow, Panda, it's definitely sort of showing that Circular Spheres are just that little bit more seasoned, I suppose we could say, in terms of positioning, execution even. Not only that, but I mean mentality. You got a 1v1 is a very stressful position to find yourself in any given time, in any competition, at any level. And the fact that Spheres 4 out of 4 times are able to just lock it down without a question. I mean, okay, there was the one where Physics almost died. But other than that, the other 3 that we have seen have been locked down by Spheres without a question. And it just highlights furthermore, yes, they might be in dire positions and dire straits, but they make it work. They get the round regardless of the situation. You could put him in a 1v3 and they'd clutch it type thing. They have looked really, really good regardless of how close these rounds have been. But again, it is a highlight to how good not only on a team level Spheres are, but at an individual level when it comes to performing, they can get the job done.
Obviously, we're not going to discuss the counterpoint because we don't want to be putting teams on blast. But 5-2 scoreline. I mean, this is kind of the territory we expected to be in, of course. And look, there is one glaringly obvious issue that I do notice here, Proto. There is every possibility, especially with a result like this, that Orion and Life will need to change their name because, unfortunately, it would seem that they are not that nutty.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt me, and I don't even have the tag. Yeah, I mean, yeah, weird that Mallow, Kilo, and Kongi aren't running the tags, but I don't know. I guess when you've got your clean name with the dot at the end, it's a bit more important, I suppose. Either or, regardless, really, at the end of the day. Yeah, that one hurt. That one hit home. But Sphere's definitely hitting home similarly. Okay, maybe not. Geordie may have won the 1v1 last round, but he's not winning his ones at the start of this one.
Oh dear. Look, I think he's done. I think he's done his work. He can just sort of sit back and let the team carry him from here. No, the team, they will rotate back, identifying that having, you know, 1 less member in a gunfight means that they need to be playing in a position where they can look to trade out and play for the numbers, knowing full well that, I mean, if they could just get it to the 1 versus 1, we know they can take it.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whatever else happens, but we look at what is still held here, really, for both sides. I mean, Spheres still have a player upstairs, and that is going to be a huge mistake. Captain Oz allowed to get back up onto this top floor. Just creates so much of an opening here for Spheres. I mean, NTE now know that there is a player on this top floor. Jappa chiming in for 1-2. It just compounds. I mean, they realize that there's an issue, and all focus suddenly shifts up to where Captain Oz is and opens the door for other players on Circular Spheres like Physics to walk up the main stairs and get away with things like that. And for NTE, it just compounds and compounds, and we find ourselves once more in a 4 versus 2. I mean, Panda, yeah, look, Spheres are back in the swing of it.
Spheres are hunting. I mean, there's just so much. Yeah, okay, Jafer, he gets out. He's just away, and Oz is there. It's. I'm sorry. Life has just had his ankles broken. If this was a pickup basketball game, he's done for the day. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's gonna have to change shoes and call an ambulance, get some ice, because that was the double whammy from Spears. But again, it highlights the interplay, but not only the interplay, the individual prowess. I mean, look at them all four looking to run out blue here. Mallow with the box mag, though. I mean, Mouse One gamers just keep going. They're going to keep coming. I mean, he's got two of them on, you know, quite low HP as they just keep feeding out of the blue door. Even above him now, it's just... Circular Spheres quite literally just throwing themselves at Mallow, but I don't think it's going to amount to too much. He's got 38 bullets left, Panda, in 8 seconds. Yeah, he's not... He is not... Yeah, no. Mallow, unfortunately, you're not that good in that instance. Spheres... You can't beat that.
Physics quite happy. But I mean... Yeah, look, it was a great start. It was. It looked good for Nutty Gaming.
It did.
And then
the Minecraft torch bottle came out.
Yeah, I mean, how have we gone from, you know, Nutty Gaming looking like they're on fire to Nutty Gaming being the ones running away in a horror movie with their pets around their ankles?
Yeah. Spheres, the first 2 rounds, I mean, keep in mind, Panda, this is 6 rounds in a row for Spheres right now, with 4 1v1s in the mix. One of the rounds are flawless, and the previous a 3v1. Could have been a 4v1 provided they all didn't run out of blue and tower. So NTE, I mean, regardless of the score, this has been a lot. It's not reflected whatsoever in the score, but this has been a lot closer than the get a grip LFO versus Spheres game, I think. And we could probably argue that pretty well. I mean, this, in terms of sort of appearance from NTE, has been really solid.
Well,
I mean to get it down.
4 1v1 clutches. Even if you split the difference, that's still a 4-4 scoreline. Like,
yeah,
it's just it boggles my mind that we're here. And I'm definitely interested to see what is said afterwards in the interview. Honestly, I'm kind of keen to get Goof's opinion of what's going on. Like, he's taken over the team for 2 weeks. Now Japer comes back, and all of a sudden it's this.
Oh.
No! No! What is this?
He almost got Mallow too! He almost got 2, but NTE consolidate and find the trade at least. So I guess there's that. But provided, you know, if it ends up in a 1v1, we, statistically speaking, already know who's going to win it. So, keep it as you will. NTE have come to life a little bit, finding those 3 kills. And perhaps Circular Spheres got a little bit ahead of themselves.
I think maybe Captain Oz has been watching a bit too much WrestleMania. Just off the top rope, sends it, and, well, unfortunately, gets caught out by the friend, drones in. Even in the situation, even with such a significant advantage, they are playing the info game. Look at them. You can see the 4 remaining members of this team jiggling around, and, well, Mello sticks his head out too far into the breach and gets it taken clean off. Kongi close left of the door. Do they know? Does Krim have any idea? Jafer still clearing out those drones. Kongi needs to be the one to stop any chance of a comeback here. If he pushes into kitchen, shuts down Krim, this could be where they... I want to say pushed overtime, but the likelihood of that, I think, is quite low. Life as well tagged. Hits the shots onto Krim and onto Japer. Okay, he can keep the tag. He is nutty indeed.
Blue Panda, I think that's the first time he's eaten his words on broadcast. I mean, we might have to fact check that one, but at least for this stage, NTE still in it, I guess, with some fight, albeit 4 rounds, make it 3 to find in a row to take it just to overtime is a tall order. Captain Oz jumping back on Pulse and kids' dorms being opened back up available for the bomb site pick, and Spheres straight back. They're not really looking to mess around whatsoever. I'd imagine they close it out here, or at least in the next, but NTE, given the position they find themselves in, we could be on a 5-4 scoreline, as you said, Panda, with NTE actually in the lead currently, provided they won some of those clutches in the 1v1. So this could be a starkly different game. You know, had history maybe been slightly different. But regardless of the outcome right now, unfortunately for NTE, it's not the one that they are hoping for. Spheres do lead with 3, so it's going to have to be a monumentous effort from NTE if they want to have a chance of taking it into overtime.
Or Captain Oz could sit it out another window and give you a freebie.
That too.
Although I'd say that, and it wasn't really a freebie, was it? He got 1.5
He
kills.
almost got 2, yeah. Well, 1 3/4. I mean, Mallow was basically dead, so...
This is a dangerous prospect, though. We are seeing a little bit more aggression, a little bit more overt contention externally even. And how many teams have we seen, Proto, who find a bit of success, and look, arguably a lot of success in this map, and then throw it all away getting too aggressive?
A few, but if you're Geordie, I guess it pays off.
Oh, no shot.
And if Captain Oz can find another, it would definitely be Payday for Spheres. They already have one, and it's the thinker of all characters to find. I mean, talk about utility to take down early. 2 nades, the Gone 6 if it was in tow, and then just the 3 Adrenal Surges as well. That's a big way to start it off for Spheres. I mean, probably the best kill, arguably, that they could have found. They did.
Don't need to ban Finker if you just outright kill her, I suppose. One way to approach it. Right now, there is still a lot of aggression, and a concerning amount of aggression out of Nutty Gaming. Oh, sorry, Circular Spheres on this defense. Nutty Gaming not quite coping with it as well as they would have liked, I would imagine, but the fact that Physics is openly contesting this master bedroom doorway. Orion, unfortunately, falls victim to Japer contesting that same doorway. Mallow doing what he can, which is not much, arguably, given that everyone is just throwing shots towards that door. Japer, and they've got the Diffuser down. Luckily, Kongi is having a ripper of a game in the fragging department, and he might just be the difference maker.
Yeah, provided he doesn't get fragged here by Grim from below. I mean, I don't think they necessarily know that he's there, but the damage could still yet be dealt by the Spheres. Positionally speaking, they still hold a considerable amount for this top floor, even with just having the surprise factor, I suppose. Kongi does check the hatch. Does he spot the player below? He does indeed. Could be on for his 3rd, but no. He will actually find it. Kongi's on for 5 here. The ace if he wants, but, I mean, NTE still have a lot to do in 30 seconds.
Kongi, it's going to be an ace clutch to boot, and was pixels away from that headshot. They're both running towards it, but no, Japer shuts it down. Back after a hiatus. Closes the round and the map out for his team. I don't even know at this point. I don't even know what to make of what we've just seen. 6 rounds in a row. They then hand one over and take the final one. 4 rounds of 1v1 clutches that go the way of Circular Spheres. I mean, if that's... You look at it, the coin flips the other way. That's a Nutty Gaming victory over Circular Spheres, but I don't even know what to make of it, which is why we've got professionals like Cthulhu waiting in the wings. What did you make of that? Because we were just absolutely blown away.
Look, I mean, on one hand, you gotta give kudos to Circular Spheres. They just continue their sort of a dominating scoreline storyline where it's just, well, nothing seems to be able to topple them, really. Whereas on the side of Nutty Gaming, look, a few solid attempts here and there, but difficult to really make, you know, a concrete statement about what is kind of, you know, the playstyle, what is the name of the game for them. For now, it just seems to be just tumbling around in the barrel and just try to find the correct angle to get out of that very barrel.
I mean, the fact that Proto, it came down to 4 50-50 1v1s, and the fact that it could have been a Nutty Gaming victory if they'd gone the other way speaks at maybe some untapped potential. unfortunately, maybe a little bit too little too late in this competition, but come OCS, what do you reckon? Maybe a deep, nutty gaming run?
Definitely, I think they sort of make it out of the first round and continue on for a little bit, albeit maybe not as deep as we would expect going up against seasoned teams from the OCN. But regardless, I mean, NTE, if they keep this level of play up, you know, they can get these 1v1s and actually start converting some of these rounds into their own. We could be on for a possible return sort of in the next stage that they see, and they could be sort of contending towards that mid top of the leaderboard pretty easily if they can sort of keep this level of play up, I reckon.
Well, unfortunately, we haven't got Maverick in for the interview, but he's certainly no goose either. It's Japer coming in for a chat after a 2-week break. Look, the team's been in good hands. Goof's been putting in the hard yards, but I don't think that it comes anywhere close to what you guys pulled off tonight. 4 1v1 clutches. How does Circular Spheres just keep doing it?
Yeah, well, I'd say it was very fortunate that all those went in our favour. It could have definitely gone the other way. It could have been a bit closer to the game, but, you know, if we'll take what we can get, and, you know, happy with how we did today. So.
Yeah, look, going against Nutty Gaming, obviously them being, you know, the freshest introductions into OCL, and knowing how, you know, for at least in some cases for OCL teams to battle against some of the newcomers, the difference in play styles can be occasionally a concern. Was it in any shape or form concern for you guys, or was it just literally just stick to your own kind of game and just mind that more so?
Yeah, sort of more just stick to how we usually play. We play this pretty much the same as we always do, and, you know, seems to work against most of these teams, which is good. So why fix something that's not broken? So that's what we think anyway.
I mean, the score doesn't reflect how close that one was. And coming into this matchup, Japper, was there anything sort of specific that you guys did prac-wise coming into this, or did you sort of just show up and play on the day and sort of see how things go?
Yeah, just a bunch of scrims really. There's a lot of effort put in from the boys behind the scenes, you know. I think it really showed off. But yeah, could have definitely gone the other way. They played really well. Good job. They're definitely getting better for some of their starting games, and so that's good to see. Yeah.
And look, I'll throw you one more question before we let you head off. With that victory, there is only a single Playday that separates you from promo relegations. If you win next week, you're locked in. There's no one that can touch you. But at the moment, there's a couple of teams that could find themselves in that relegation spot. Obviously, you got Ground Zero. Technically, you've got Ludovica, which is absolutely mind-boggling. And I believe, who's the last one? I want to say Hungry Lions. Of the three, who do you want to verse the most?
Probably GZ, I'd say. But yeah, GZ or Ludovica would be nice to verse.
Well,
yeah,
look, before we let
I'd
you head
say
up, anyone
GZ.
you'd like to shout out? GZ, oh, you're going to bring them back down here, are you? That'd be great. Haven't seen the lads in a while.
I'd hope not for their sake, but you never know. Yeah, just shout out to all the fans and people supporting us, I guess. Good to see.
Look, head
Good to see
off,
everyone
enjoy
chat.
your victory, man. We know you got to get some rest. You got some big play days ahead of you. We'll look forward to seeing you again potentially next week,
Cheers,
Jay. But
guys.
have a good one, my man.
You too.
Gentlemen, my God, we've gone from nail biter 15 rounder to nail biter 1v1 clutch, 4 rounds in a row, 6 round streak. And well, look, they closed it out eventually. They've got their sights set on promo relegations, but Cthulhu, I mean, at this stage, if you're Ground Zero, you'd have to be concerned.
Yeah, look, for Ground Zero, certainly a concern is there for some of the up-and-coming talent. But more so, I suppose, for Ground Zero, they need to make sure that they just polish their performance, because on a number of occasions in OCN, things have been rather bit shaky. But with OCL, look, for the most of it, they're all knowledgeable about how things really do go. So in that sort of respect, I think GZ will still have a solid upper hand. Whereas mechanically, how will they fare against what feels like just an absolute demon stack that is Circular Spheres? Ooh, look, we'll leave it to a coin toss, I reckon.
Well, look, the fun fact is this next match could even make that process a little bit easier for Circular Spheres. Obviously, Get a Grip LFO taking on 1620 Kings. If 1620 Kings can bag a win here, they all but make the Kings and going into promo relegation. So we come back after the break. We jump into the final map of the night. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline bumping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away, no running. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing on inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing.
While we sure as hell can't do math on broadcast, we can do it off broadcast. And gentlemen, we've crunched the numbers. A loss here for Get a Grip LFO will lock Circular Spheres in for promo relegations. For that inevitability to be avoided, of course, they need to pick up the win. They keep their hopes alive. But Cthulhu coming into this matchup, 1620 Kings versus Get a Grip LFO. You've got to think that there is some reason to believe that this could be 1620 Kings enabling that.
Yeah, look, we've seen on a number of occasions 1620 Kings being The team that, well, the Kingmakers, like you talked about it before we went on a break, certainly it's a roster that is very much able to do so and able to put in the damage, really, against any other team. But for a number of occasions, it has been either just the mental or the consistency that has been just shaky. Just, yeah, it's difficult to really predict how will they be able to really perform on the day, but the potential is through the roof for them.
And obviously coming into this matchup, they're a team that can show up Proto. We've seen it time and time again this stage. But their opponents are in second place for good reason, of course. The only team they've lost to is Circular Spheres. It was a bit of an interesting last one that we didn't expect to happen, but you've got to imagine that has lit a fire under this team.
100%. I mean, definitely not something we expected in 7-3 fashion. But regardless, they are definitely heated coming into this, and by heated I mean ready to get some wins, as opposed to last week. I mean, 16-20 in the previous Playday came off the back of a win, so coming into today, Get a Grip definitely looking to put themselves back in winning fashion.
I hate it here. Why me? Why me? Clubhouse in Oregon. Why can I not have the fun maps?
Can we get an L Blue Panda in the chat,
Yeah,
please?
can we get some L Blue Pandas, please?
I don't know what it is. It just seems to be every competition in this region that I get to cast. It's Clubhouse Oregon or Villa, but gentlemen, Clubhouse 1620 Kings versus Get a Grip LFO Cthulhu. I mean, something in me is saying that should be pretty decent for 1620 Kings.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is a very real match for them to possibly win out here. For Get a Grip, especially after the unfortunate downfall that they've experienced last week. For them, well, their objective is to just try to bounce back, really. They've already shown that they're an able roster, rising from what before was, bottom of the leaderboard in Stage 1 to just contesting the second and the first place in Stage 2. I mean, that's a solid upgrade. Unfortunately for them, not as sturdy as, you know, Circular Spheres have managed to pull off, but regardless of that, it's still been a solid run. Now it's just up to them to not, well, ruin it.
And the possibilities to lock in our promo spot here on the line. Get a Grip, they are fighting for their promo life. Brodo, what do you reckon? Give us your final thoughts heading into this map.
I have some faith, Panda. I'm going to do a Cthulhu prediction and say that Kings walk away with an 8-6.
Well, I don't care. You got to cast Bank, so you can get out of here. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with the disrespect. It's not on. It's not happening. We've got 2 weeks to play after this one. We better get something interesting. But Cthulhu, we jump on into the map. Of course, Clubhouse 1620 Kings kick it off on the attack. Get a Grip might have that start that they're looking for on the defense.
Curious, yeah. Get a Grip on the defense has been pretty deadly on a number of occasions, and they certainly have the potential to be deadly. The same could be said for 1620 Kings. And yeah, look, quite curious, yeah, how the two shotgun enjoyers as well will get to clash here too, between Owen and obviously Chef Jeff as well. Good luck, have fun to everyone. Now, the main question is, well, we already had Chef Jeff is typing, Chef Jeff is playing, Chef Jeff is firing. Do we now get Chef Jeff is winning?
Look, he may not make promo relegations, but he might help the team that gets there lock it in. So I suppose you take it where you can. And Jaeger banned out by Get a Grip LFO. Interesting. Okay. This changes the landscape. Definitely makes it a bit interesting. But we see what Kaid, Valkyrie, Valkyrie banned out. So Kaid, Mira, Azami, where am I left in on the defense? You've got all sorts of shenanigans and fun on the attack. I look, honestly, at this point, I'm not even surprised.
I'm just trying to make sense of the Jaeger ban, because, I mean, think of it this way. Arguably in the current meta, banning out Wamai is much more impactful, because with Jaeger ADSs, cool, yeah, you can chuck them around like on the walls, all on, you know, obviously head height or below. but you can't really per se hide those ADSs. With my magnets, you can obviously throw them around. You can set it up so that it's a much more thorough position on one place. But with Jaegers, I suppose you're taking out the consistency in once every few moments to be able to zap out the utility, or maybe it's just more so for the fact that they just don't want the comfort ground of the Jaeger play to happen, because the 416 carbine is still quite a hefty weapon.
Well, obviously, get a grip, LFO. Gonna make
Proceeding to
do
get
with
a
what
grip.
they can. Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, I didn't get to check whether or not Drift is running a grip, but you look at the setup. I mean, we're almost going back to like middle of last year, but look at it, the prop ready to go, the barricade engine. What can you do, champ? One there. The older going hard, but it's not enough to find all the kills. One taken for 2 drop. Make that 3 taken now. And this is well and truly recoverable for the side to get a grip, and it will be recovered in spades. 1620 Kings, you're going to have to get up a bit earlier to pull one over.
Yeesh. Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one. For a brief moment, it looked like 1620 Kings could have absolutely shut it all down, but for some reason decided to not really keep on expanding onto the side and basically ended up just getting cornered on their own positions. Didn't really get to, theory craft a whole lot, courtesy of the fact that Key 16 just decided to push the dirt tunnel straight off the bat. That does progress us straight away onto, well, technically it's a secondary site, but a whole lot of teams do end up using it as a tertiary one, or as a third one. But yeah, look, forget a grip. Off to a good start, I suppose. Given that there hasn't been a whole lot of, strategical prowess implied onto that one, apart from holding down the left click. Really.
Oh, shush, I'm not happy with you either. Yeah, strategic prowess. Mouse 1 goes hard unless you're not aiming at the person you need to kill. No, look, it is. It's all fun and games. But, yeah, I mean, the fact that successfully was withheld by Get a Grip with 0 information that the push was happening, I just maybe speaks to the fact that 1620 Kings didn't even expect to get into the building.
Yeah. Look, I suppose first round does bring out the weird and the beautiful, I guess, out of all of that. But for Get a Grip, I mean, looking at the lineup, so far been bringing in Kama's back on his usual fiending of introducing the alibi and kind of familiarizing the rest with all of those fun and funky playstyles. Funnily enough, Kama has not been droned out. So whoever decides to go in for the entry, that is going to be a rather rude awakening once that happens, but Kama unfortunately now gets droned out and still picks up a frag onto Lonely. Say goodbye to yourself. That's one of the LMGs gone.
Lonely, unfortunately, will be for the moment, as he's the only one on drones at the moment, because he's dead, unfortunately. So we'll have to see if someone joins him, whether or not he will remain lonely. But I mean, you can definitely feel Get a Grip LFO know that they're playing for their tournament lives, or their promo relegations lives at the moment. They are coming in with a real vengeance. They are hitting some big shots. Unfortunately, Chef has a skeleton key attached to his assault rifle, and we know what he's capable of with a shotgun in hand.
Yeah, he's quite a menace when it comes down to the shotguns, but for the time being, Testa getting a little bit jiggy around the corners. For a brief moment, I thought that I got to see a roaming defender coming around, but as it stands, Owen might get quite a fair bit of trouble coming his way if he won't be too careful. But at least there's a solid crossfire to come around to hold off that push through the doorway into the construction site. So far, Get a Grip might just be able to hold off.
Next to Thermic out to create that long angle towards bedroom. A 1-for-1, I think you take that, because, I mean, look, arguably, Lonely would have been used to clear Jin's utility anyway, so it's sort of cyclical at the end. They've got what they need remaining. River spots the player pushing out, but Machine is able to move in and get 2 kills for his trouble. A massive opening left there by River to enable this push from 1620 Kings. Tester now knows that there's Logi presence, so we'll be trying to hold it off, but Drifts might have too much to handle here. All right, okay, just a little love tap onto Karma's shoulder there. Knows he's in trouble, but the first falls. Looking for more. Shotgun to the knee. KJ. No, the nade gets tossed, but Tester there to answer back at least. KJ's down. The plant has to happen. Jeff to cover. Do they have any idea? Drift is prone on the ground. And Jeff will lock it down. 16-20 Kings with the second round. Or their first round of the second.
Jeff. On the buck, he is absolutely unhinged, and we've seen that on a multitude of, play days, multitude of rounds. The moment you let him just absolutely go loose with the fragging roll, he is an absolute demon. So, understandably so, with him playing in tandem with the rest of the roster, he is able to put in the play, so did the rest of K16. Even score numbers does sort of paint a relatively early picture that we could see yet another long matchup ahead of us, which would be, I mean, it would be good for us to, you know, slowly but surely dissect as to, well, how does Clubhouse really work out. But for all we know, look, it's been literally played by the whole of APAC by probably already in the million numbers, if not tens of millions. So talking about, you know, oh, this map pick is so great for one or the other team. No. They both already played this out. This is literally just, at this point, they might just simulate just a ranked game for themselves.
Did you just insinuate that there has been upwards of 10 million plays of the map Clubhouse in our region?
Yes.
I have
because
never,
that's literally
never
what
in my career been more depressed at the thought of something than the thought of 10 million plus plays of Clubhouse.
Yep. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. APAC loves the Clubhouse and the Oregon combo, despite the fact of just at borderline how much of a snoozer both of these maps are. Villa is probably there as well, but at this point, I'm happy to take Villa. I'm happy to just endure the pain.
Look, it was just the numbers. Like, the map itself isn't that bad, but the thought of 10 million Clubhouses, yeah, that's a bit much. I don't think I could handle that. Right now, though, KJ has a handle on the Maverick trick. He's getting things well and truly underway. Jin down below was contemplating some Nitro Cell action, but KJ far more exposed than I think should have been allowed by Get a Grip. They could have quite easily dealt with him there.
Yeah, already with the breach all done and dusted. Looking at a very interesting possibility that Owen could do quite some damage with that laser, should he want to use that, but at the moment it's just only the information gather. And if there's any more impacts remaining on Loli, we could see this happen, but it actually appears to be that it's only just the concussion grenade, so the Maestro camera gets to live a brief moment longer. Frag grenades, though, from Machine and KJ could very much change that, but I would imagine that those would be reserved for a much more important play, given that Drift Zone and River are actually playing around Garage, so an opportune time to go for maybe the Red Stairs or even the push through the Master Bedroom could be an all-time high, but instead I see that Machine just eliminates Drift Zone.
No more Cuba barricades, except for the ones in play, obviously. Those exempt. But they know that there's someone on rafters. There's always someone on rafters. Tester here has the ability to burn some of that utility denial. Another magnet in pocket, but Karma dropping Machine means that there is limited frag ability and nano boost to come into play. The stuns being eaten up here. Jeff has an option to push in from Secret and start to clear things out. River in a bit of trouble. White screen, the frag grenade to follow it up. He's just going to skirt away. He will be finished off by Tester, though, aggressively pushing up rafters stairs. This is where it all comes together. Jin shot it, spotted, tested, just drifts across, finds one. Can he find Owen as well? Coach Pronewin, now player Pronewin, at it again with the older 556. Jeff with the skeleton key. We are seeing the iconic plays coming through. The older goes hard in a clutch situation. Cthulhu, does he have any info? Any at all? Can he clutch it here? Oh, and no. KJ takes the closer, and 16-20 Kings have warmed up into this map.
Jeez, well, okay. Maybe I didn't give enough of a credit to 16-20 Kings, because that so far has been a stunner of a performance from them. The ability to quite fluently transition from one breach to another to push completely polar opposite side of the map so far netted them a really great advantage. And unfortunately for Get a Grip, whilst yes, they basically farmed their first start of the, rather first half of the season, Playday's 5 so far not particularly boding well for them, and that is a little bit concerning given the fact that, you know, you look back at even the Playday 3 and 4, whilst yes, and ex-Antic roster was still, you know, looking all very dominant with 3 7s and 7 4s in their favor. It's kind of starting to slip away from them, which is the most concern for them, though. For 1620 Kings, this has so far been, touch wood, all great and clean so far, but again, the 4th round upon us, maybe closer to the conclusion of the first half, we'll be starting to see both teams on, you know, full power and full swing.
I mean, Touchwood implies that this is a lucky situation that 1620 Kings are just getting by because that they are getting lucky. No, I think the truth of the matter is this is the combination of you know, an entire stage's worth of work. I mean, we've talked to Jeff time and time again, and he said, yeah, we know that our attacks can be quite weak. We've worked on it week after week after week to make sure that we can go and attack against the best teams, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. Already, Alpha Meta gone. More than that, actually. The Grip so far trying to find the right, I guess, pacing really to take on the 1620 Kings. With 1620 Kings has been kind of a little bit of column A, a bit of column A, a bit of column B, and then a bit of column C as well. So it's just an occasional, just those micro switches and just how aggressive they can get. But they already played out this very site, the gym bedroom, and it was, well, or rather held around the gym bedroom site, and the site in reality is actually downstairs, but still could be relatively basically now played by the book. But I say that main bulk of reinforcements will be focused around the ground floor, where honestly River could do a lot of damage, especially with all those cheeky holes that will be borderline impossible to really counter.
Look at the time burnt, though. You're looking a minute 40, and everyone's still available and alive for the side of Get a Grip. Owen, in fact, claims first blood against Jeff with a Nitro Cell. And that is, I mean, this is going perfectly. Get a Grip have wasted time. They've got a kill. They've fallen back. They are in a defensible position. They have the numbers advantage. Everything is going their way.
Exactly that. Without that extra fragging power, without that extra agility that Buck does bring in terms of the soft breaching, things will certainly feel a little bit more paced down, a little bit slower. Impact trick coming around. Testa not particularly feeling too healthy, but the impact's coming around. A lot of that drain just for a singular charge. Theoretically, you'll take that win.
Is it really an impact trick if it's a pseudo Nitro Cell? Owen takes the kill onto Machine. Another impact to come through. And there is absolutely no hope of opening the hatch. Owen on for the clutch right now. The ace. No! KJ denies him the ace with a frag grenade. And the 1 versus 4 now to try and make it happen. KJ double for him. Needs to find 3 more, but not to be, as Jin closed it out with 2. Antic now Get a Grip LFO are looking to hold on.
Okay. Back into the swing of things. Back on track. Certainly looked like the previous 2 rounds. Definitely more so a bit of a hiccup play rather than their actual full reaction. But a bit of a talk coming around. Not too sure if the attack has been or will be called anytime soon. But, you know, it doesn't look like it. It's just quick calm before the storm, it seems. But
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I gotta say, that round definitely felt a whole lot more confident from Get a Grip. It took them a moment to get back into the swing of things. Possibly, look, I'm even thinking that maybe the first few rounds was just them, you know, still remembering, you know, what happened in the past. They're kind of almost self-tilting themselves. Whereas now, going into round 5, they regaining their their confidence into this general play. Maybe it's time finally to abandon that that past. Look, what's done is done. Gotta move on. Otherwise, you just drown in that in the sheer amount of problems that could come from that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look,
Must locate
so far, numerically, this is sort of on track to what you'd expect for a clubhouse. 2-2, the likely outcome going to be that 3-3. As we see both teams transition into the opposite side, of course, will only take some big damage, prompts the adrenal surge early on. And that's something that could come back to bite 1620 Kings later in the round.
Well, 16 so far. Well, continuing down on their usual trend here. And a breach down. Nothing too unusual per se. Wouldn't it be, Panda? And the way how Jin's set up, I'm actually liking this sort of Azami usage. To just keep on reinforcing, almost have that sort of a flexible ballistic shield just at that landing of the red stairs. So, not a bad choice, not a bad idea, but how viable it is against the K16 when they are feeling on their high horse. That's my question here, I suppose. The sort of play. Meanwhile, Machine is just already just free-balling with those with the frag grenades as if he's Kobe with it.
Well, whether or not it is a case of being on a high horse, because the truth of the matter is the higher you are, the harder it hurts when you do land. Owen, another massive nitro sally's been hitting them quite stunningly so far this half. Takes down Lonely, and that is a significant portion of your utility clear. Of course, you got 2 frag grenades now, and potentially the guy on 6 in the hands of Machine. And you've still got, what, keep barricades, a shield, 2, in fact, to clear out. Lonely could not have gone down at a worse time.
Yeah. Lonely gone. A lot of ability to distract is gone. K16 very much relying on having majority of their players still present in the play, but I say that River as well takes out Machine. That's Finka gone. That's the LMG as well. Oh, Chef Jeff, yeah, look, got a little bit too ambitious with that skeleton key and pace for it. For a brief moment, I thought that Tester just flicked like that and got a frag, but instead it's River that got the best of him. And now it's all down to, well, just a lonely Thermite, and it seems like Get a Grip finally are, in fact, getting that proverbial grip.
Oh, and he's about to send it. You can just feel it. He wants to go out the window. He wants to commit. Head spotted. Chef Jeff denies the flawless round before falling himself. Tester trying to answer back, but I mean, they're really the sort of the best in the bad situation that they were in. Denying the flawless at least gets them something. And there you go. Karma, in fact, the one to hit outside. Get a Grip, get their third with 1 round remaining. I mean, we're on par to hit that 3-3 scoreline still, but that was a very commanding round.
Yeah, much stronger one, where Get a Grip possibly even looking now to pose a 4-2 scoreline, with 1620 Kings kind of just fading it a little bit away after those 2 rounds that they did manage to score. The rest kind of been a little bit so-so, not gonna lie. They had a good idea, they had a good, promise, but for one, letting away with that sort of rush and basically gifting Get a Grip that round definitely didn't feel like a solid idea now in the hindsight. But with the way how they've been pushing it, it almost now feels like they kind of been reversing back to just pushing 1 by 1, which obviously we already learned that of the example of numerous teams. It doesn't really bode too well, isn't it, Panda?
Yeah, look, it's a strategy that, yeah, quite often is very easy to deal with.
10 seconds left.
Not one that you would have in a strat book for a competitive environment such as the Oceanic Challenger League, but who am I? Who am I to tell teams how they should and shouldn't play Rainbow Six Siege?
What are the odds? What are the odds it is part of the strat book of Chef Jeff? The first round, just bum rush. Straight to the side.
First round, soften them up so I can kill them with the skeleton key, is what you mean.
True. There hasn't been a bad, turnout for Chef Jeff, but considering that so many opportunities were missed out, 4-4-4 is a spectacularly almost average scoreline.
I mean, to be fair, he's been involved in 8 kills for 4 deaths, which is pretty decent.
True. Not wrong. Not wrong.
You gotta include all the numbers there, Cthulhu. If you just pick and choose what you read, it looks bad. Also, a 1 and 4 looks bad, but we won't be too mean to Lonely.
Look, it'd be like that sometimes.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And I mean, when I didn't make that statement about Shift Jeffs, I wasn't saying it was per se bad either. And yes, I am backpedaling to the fullest.
Jeff,
I'm
please,
fully
please
acknowledging
don't
that.
break my spine.
Honestly, with the way how Jeff is built on some of his photos, honestly, just he can break me anytime at this point.
All right, we'll move on. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
Too sauce. Yeah, my bad. I only realized after I said that, but yeah, look, considering all things been happening, Jin holding on to his position rather safely. It's been all good, all clean, but it's more so from 1620 Kings, they just stalling out. Okay, Karma just decides to just feed that frag.
Fair enough. Thank you. Have a nice day. Karma relegated to cam duty for the rest of the round. Thought he had the number of Tester outside on the white van. Not to be. KJ identifies that there is someone up in rafters, as you would expect. In fact, I think you'd be foolish to assume that there wasn't anyone there. Utility cleared out. Jin just in the right place to avoid significant damage there. But we head into the final minute, and there. I mean, look, it doesn't really feel like there's much significant ground taken, and then Jeff gets involved.
Okay. Yeah, when Jeff swings, he swings like he means it. With all the understanding, repercussions later down the line, Owen though does get the better of Testa. Really nice, solid, long angle that I don't think poor Testa really expected as well to be held, but the stands, well, Rafters now in full control of K16 with 30 seconds though remaining. Quite a fair bit of presence that needs to be cleared out before a comfortable entry can be conducted, but Shift Jeff doesn't care. He just opens up the position, goes in for the push towards the racks, and well, that's your safe ground. No C4s to play either of the backs, so it's just pure gunfight.
Jin wants to push on and deny the plant. In fact, Owen going to be the one to attempt it, but the plant goes down. 1 versus 3, and it's Machine to try and hold fast and deny all 3 players up. And, well, 1 dead. Make that almost 2. The big box mag, not enough. Jin is going to try and stick the defuse here. This might just... No, he's got no time. You got to move, Machine. You can't be dawdling in that situation. Unfortunately, the long arm just too good for get a grip. And they take the half quite comfortably.
Yeah, quite solid on their turnout. Still a little bit confused as to how was that sort of push was allowed to let through, but I suppose Jin and the rest of the crew were quite snappy on the aim department. And honestly, yeah, just well played, well executed so far by Get a Grip. A 4-2 scoreline, I dare to say, almost feels expected, especially after the past 2 to 3 rounds. It feels like Get a Grip, well, they so far been good on their execution. They figured out kind of the general pacing. 1620 Kings, on the other hand, yeah, it feels like they started falling apart. A lot of their gunfights just being completely lost out, whether it's a question of their own personal confidence or whether it's just something else that is affecting outside of their own, ability. It's yet to be found out or yet to be decided. So we'll go over the fact that it's just been Get a Grip outplaying 1620 Kings and showcasing why they have been in that sort of first to second place.
Exactly it.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I'm just... You're wondering how much the Jaeger played into it, how much the Monty Band, if at all, played into this? There's just so many questions that you come into a situation like this. But in saying that, again, you started off defense on Clubhouse. I mean, it's not a complete outlier scoreline. This is well within reasonable position for 1620 Kings to manage.
True. Very curious though, if there are any other, responses that could be coming out from that about K16 and how they've been playing. Karma, interestingly enough, kind of almost deciding to don the role that previously was mainly in control of Wazoo back when Get a Grip were part of Antic Esports, but jump out is there. Shift Jeff not punished at all by that jump out, which feels at this point almost magical given just how punishing Get a Grip were on so many occasions. But I mean, this is the first time of the attack here versus 1620 Kings, and Jin already shows Machine just how you play with those LMGs. Never mind. Jeff said no you. And it's so far been a back and forth. It's a bloodbath.
Yeah. Karma just allowed to lurk on up, finds the trade back. Unfortunately, Lonely not able to contribute and do the same. Has fallen right back down to the site. Tester dropped as well. Karma putting in the work on the Snook right now. Final minute 20 to be played here in the 7th round. Could be enough to book, get a grip. They're 5th, in fact. And I mean, this is more Castle than I expected to see. Oh, Lonely! What a shot!
Jeez. Lonely just, well, that was a heater of a shot. Albeit, unfortunately, it doesn't really give a whole lot of player numbers advantage for 1620 Kings, but it does make it so that it's much more workable. With Karma dropping, 2 people coming from the main stairs. One already is in motor, and the pre-fire is there. Oh, only just lightly tags KJ. One is still on the hatch, so relatively you could play for the separation. I say that, well, River separates Lonely's head from the body.
KJ still alive here with 30 remaining, but no, not to be. Get a grip will get themselves their 5th, despite the resistance shown by 1620 Kings. It may not just be enough. That was a very unfortunate round to lose there for 1620 Kings. But Get a Grip, look, they're feeling themselves. They're comfortable.
Yeah. 1620 calling in the tack pause, and yeah, you can see on the cameras of Get a Grip, they're celebrating. Yeah, they're getting into the heads of their opponents. And look, I mean, with the crisp aim that Drift Zone delivers, why wouldn't you celebrate this? Whereas on the side of K16, yeah, look of concern, because apart from the 2 rounds that they were able to net themselves in the first half, so far it has been just frustration and no real, solution to how to solve that sort of frustration, how to be able to outsmart, because basically majority of that clubhouse been going down to just the gunfights and just losing out on their ones and being unable to find that sort of safety after the frag. So it's been either you get traded out or you just get fragged out outright without being able to score a frag, and no other sort of win setup for 1620 Kings, which feels rather odd given the fact that Get a Grip have been making a couple of small mistakes here and there, but it's been kind of all relying on K16 to have that sort of star power. But when your 2 big performers in form of Tester and Machine being shut down on a regular, what can you do? Because look, Lonely, he has been having a few good shouts and good plays, but generally speaking, we don't usually see him, be the clutch player, the star player. Chef Jeff, yeah, look cool. He's been, putting in the effort, but there's only so much a single person can do.
You say that, but do you want to remind me who has the current kill record in OCL? Oh, that's right. It's Tester on this team, and who else has a kill record in one of the competitions in this region? It's Machine. That's right. So I mean, look, you say that, but this is something that this team has done time and time again.
True. It's just usually whenever those kind of ripper of performances do come around, a positive scoreline as well follows with it. Unfortunately, here it's just it hasn't yet been happening. So unless 1620 Kings, absolutely pull a smashing of a performance in the next 3 rounds, including this one, look, yeah, I'll be on board for that to happen, and very much so, please, by all means. But as it stands, look, Get a Grip just been a little bit more commanding. Let's call it that.
Yeah, that's exactly how it could be described. We'll have to see, though, whether or not this is over, or whether or not the possibility that the comeback is on. I mean, look, oh, Karma, buddy. Oh, it's a dangerous game. That Banshee absolutely just cost him so much health there. And, Tester presented the opportunity, does not capitalize. And yeah, you're not going to get it over onto Drifts. More than the one opportunity there. Jeff finds one. KJ for a second. They lose Machine in the flurry, but bring it to 3-3. Unfortunately, Jeff loses his life in the following engagement. It all gets a bit dicey here. Lonely playing a dangerous game. The rotate through from KJ brings it to 2 vs 2. The health bar is significantly lowered here. In the bathroom, Lonely falls. KJ, he's going to hit his shots. Jin falls, and it's Drift alone. 1 versus 1 here. Drifts. What does he do? He's trying to bait it out. No! Gives KJ the opportunity. Why are you sprinting?
Oh, well, that was a moment for 1620 Kings to finally break away from the unfortunate rambly that was instilled upon them, but still not over yet. But that was a really much needed clutch to happen. You get a grip instantaneously, grab a timeout for themselves, understanding that, look, if they start losing out momentum right here, right now, this is where 1620 Kings will absolutely roll them. And we both know that 1620 Kings are very much able to do that. Okay, Drew Zone. Man's getting some extra zoom on him. He's turning his eyes into an ACOG scope.
He's glowing up. He's going from the ugly duckling to the swan Jin. He's getting some serotonin. Understandably needs it in this situation. But I mean,
honestly, Jin has just such a boost of just support, like being able to in between the rounds get to pat the cat, get the serotonin, and then basically erase all the tilt that could have been there. It's the best weapon out there, honestly.
Attackers need
Truly it
to locate
is.
and defuse bombs.
And it could be the difference maker, of course. Maybe that's the exact reset that they needed, but we kick things off once again. Heading into this, the 9th round. 2 rounds needed for 1620 Kings. 2 rounds needed to get a grip. This could be make or break point.
Absolutely so. Make or break certainly could happen here. Get a grip. If they do manage to win out this very round, that's match point. That's at least 1 set of points guaranteed. But obviously for them to be able to contest, they will need to, or at least have the possibilities of second contest to happen. They will need to obviously win it out in full regulations. Otherwise, well, yeah, first place will be very much unreachable. I mean, even now, it very much relies on Circular Spheres to have a huge hiccup, but so far there hasn't been a whole lot of signs of that. So for the time being, get a grip. Just they want to close it out. Just right here, right now. Don't let it slip away, because if it does, then, well, concerns will start, creeping in for some of their future performances.
I mean, if nothing else, taking a victory here against Get a Grip for 1620 Kings would be a huge way to, bring their stage to a close. Being able to threaten and, I suppose, help former members of the team in Circular Spheres get themselves into Pro Morellos, but Karma takes down the man himself. El Jefe, unfortunately dead in the first minute of play.
Yeah. It's a bit like quieter turnout from K16 for now. A bit of a combo for the Storm, if you want to call it like this. Tester might just end up running into the Nook, and depending on who ends up winning out that gunfight, he might have the opportunity to absolutely rid that sort of flanker from the numbers, or rather from the team of Get a Grip. But I say that getting rid of Owen as well will be quite a huge boon in the hands of all 1620 Kings. I say that though, with Chef Jeff and Machine now down as well, this is not looking particularly too pretty, but yeah, it's all falling apart.
Absolutely crumbling under the pressure. KJ and Test and try and clutch up once again. We've seen KJ clutch up previously. Can he do it more? One more, I think, would be huge. Especially in a 2 versus 5 situation. Last time they were overwhelmed. The fact that there is a minute in play is a truly terrifying prospect. There is so much freedom, so much room to work with the side of Get a Grip LFO. That 1620 Kings, I mean, barring some miracle, this could be it.
KJ already taking a lot of damage. Tester falls. KJ is the last player standing. Even he can't really hold on the ground. Round 9 does go very firmly in the hands of Get a Grip, as the left mouse button is being held just for the majority of that time. Yeah, look, Get a Grip only now within 1 round distance of just closing out this match, making it a 7-3, getting back into their general swing of things, whereas upsetting 1620 Kings and keeping them on that 4th place that they have been dropped down by the conclusion of multitude of the rounds that we've seen tonight.
Well,
Defenders, protect your bombs
this
from
could be it.
used by attackers.
Unless 1620 Kings can bag 3 rounds in a row, Get a Grip will be looking to keep that hope and dream alive. And they give themselves 2 more play days. Well, 1 more play day, really. The Circular Spheres would need to lose 6 and 7. With Get a Grip winning both of them for it to be the change of position and Get a Grip making Pro Morello. So at least for this week, they keep the dream alive. But here in the 10th, Cthulhu, I mean, odds on, Get a Grip should close it out here.
10 seconds to go.
Very much so, yeah. It's been a more so of a tale of just Get a Grip initially having a few hiccup rounds, and 1620 Kings very much capitalizing on that. But with 1620 Kings, there's been kind of a very general kind of pattern where they're able to very thoroughly punish the opponents of their rather big mistakes. But when the opponent doesn't really make a whole lot of mistakes, at least in the context of the match, it's rather difficult for 1620 Kings to find that sort of right foothold to really play around. So, yeah, look, it's been a bit of a tragic turnout for K16, and already with Owen getting rid of Chef Jeff, that sort of downward spiral continues to possibly just wrap it all up right here, right now.
Owen the Saints, indeed. The shotgun saint himself takes down the Bishop of Boomstick, Chef Jeff, the Cardinal of the Church of the Big Boom. Down and out of this round, and likely the remainder of the match as well. Although, I mean, Chef Jeff possibly could thrive in that situation, relaying info, playing the master of puppets, as it were, but that's also your smoke off the board, which is never ideal.
Never ideal indeed, yeah. A lot of utility out of the equation, and with Drift Zone already open up another avenue for the play and for the push, this could be rather deadly, because that's yet another flank that you have to worry about. That's another place that you have to cover with the extra manpower, and well, things would start compounding rather thoroughly from here on out, with Jin getting the better of Testa. Yeah, only 3 frags away from closing out the round, or rather the matchup.
Machine takes some big damage before Lonely falls. It's looking bleak here, and that wall being open means that bomb chassis is all that Machine really has to keep himself alive. Finds the first, needs more. Unfortunately, stands up into the spray from Jin. It's KJ. Well, what can he do? He spots the player on the balcony, but no! Misses the head of River, and this could be all she wrote here in Playday number 5.
Attackers active.
Owen watching the stairs, closes it out. Get a Grip, LFO, keep the dream alive, at least until next week, Cthulhu. They're not locked in. They are by no means through, but they have a chance. And look, I'm not going to say it's all down to Jin and his cat, but the serotonin, it's what...
I can feel it.
Look, I would 100% back that. It's in the strat book. It's part of Get a Grip LFO's modus operandi. But a 7-3 victory there. I mean, look, it almost looked as easy for them as it was for Circular Spheres last week, Proto.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Get a Grip, definitely upping the ante a little bit, but I think we may have just caught them on a bit of an off sort of moment last week. Obviously, that matchup was quite a strenuous one, given that that was their top spot sort of contention, obviously being first and second place, but locking it in here with the dub over 16-20 definitely sets them up well for a possibility at sort of locking down that top spot, provided everything goes well from here on.
And Cthulhu, I mean, look, the fact that, you know, you're down to your promotions life at the moment, Get a Grip, was there any real expectations that they were going to ease off the accelerator?
Yeah, no, I don't think there was any intention to really ease off, given that, well, for one, they obviously wanted to, you know, pull a bit of a return back to form after that unfortunate sort of Playday 4. But also, yeah, look, I mean, against K16, they wanted to get the win going, obviously, with all the banters to be ensued. It's good to see that they're back into their form. It was just a bit of a hiccup, and from here on out, they should be still pretty solid to at least keep on scoring.
Now let's gather together and pay our respects to the shotgun saint of the Oceanic Challenger League. Owen, coming in for a chat from Get a Grip LFO. Look, mate, congratulations. You keep the dream alive at least for another week. But, I mean, you guys dismantled 1620 Kings. What went into Playday number 5?
Honestly, after getting smoked by, what's it called? I forgot the name, Circular Spheres. Like, I went back to the drawing board.
Great look there,
tactics
Owen.
Nice.
I'm tired, man. I've been working all day. Like, I am ready to pass out. But yeah, after getting smoked by them last week, we just went back to the drawing board and went back to the basics of our attack, and yeah, I think it showed off how we play tonight.
Actually, speaking of Playday 4, I definitely have had quite a few questions. But just what in general really happened there against Circular Spheres for you guys? Was it more so just the map pick that was a bit, of a frustration point? Or was it just not the best day for you guys in terms of just the performance? Or was it just Spheres just built different?
Honestly, they were just a better team, and it was a really bad day for me. Like, I've been sick all week, and every time I made a call, I would just start uncontrollably coughing for 2 minutes. And as an IGL, that's kind of GG. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, like, even if I was 100% conditioned, we weren't winning that one, like, from the way they played.
And going into, obviously, Clubhouse, one of the standard maps, Panda was absolutely ecstatic. But were you expecting anything else in the Vita? I mean, you guys look like you wanted to sort of keep it relatively straightforward. So keeping it sort of Clubhouse Oregon, was that sort of where you were aiming for this Playday?
I predicted Oregon Clubhouse, but I was really leaning more towards Oregon. By the time they banned Oregon on us, we were 7 rounds into our warm-up scrim playing Oregon. So we were like, mate, oh, come on. Rehost, run it back.
Under the bus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe, that transition from coach prone win to player prone win, you've lost some of that edge, that killer instinct to read your opponents. But no, look, all jokes aside, you guys looked lethal today. You looked good. You looked sharp. I got one final question, though, before we head off. Next week, it's make or break for you guys. Do you reckon that Dynasty have what it takes to keep the hopes and dreams alive?
No, I think the guys at Dynasty are seriously cracked, so it's up to anyone, really. Like, those guys might just smoke us, and I don't know, Circular Spheres, the way they've been playing, I doubt they're going to slip up and drop a game.
Look, I mean, you want them to win. They're playing Spheres. You want Dynasty to absolutely stomp them. Come on, where's the confidence? No,
but
look,
aren't we playing
anyone
Dynasty
you'd like
next
to
week?
shout out before? No, they're playing Dynasty. You guys are playing Nussie Gaming.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, look,
I need to go to sleep.
We'll send it to you. Any shout outs before you head off?
Not for this week. Not for this week.
Not for this week. All right, go. Get some sleep,
I'm
Owen.
over it.
We'll
going to
hopefully
bed.
see you again next week. Send him off. Get him out of here. He needs to go to bed. But, gentlemen, the dream is alive. We'll put it to you, Cthulhu. What do you reckon? Do Dynasty have what it takes to get a grip up for the miracle comeback run?
It would take quite a gargantuan effort from Dynasty to dethrone Spheres, but I reckon out of all the possibilities, it would be, a fitting way that it would be Dynasty out of all the teams to completely upset the whole storyline and basically play the Kingmakers here.
Let's have a look at the matches for this evening and how they played out. Of course, some rather interesting results, some unexpected ones, especially that second match of the evening, Altered Edge versus Dynasty. 8-7 victory, finally on the board. Not the full 3, but you take what you can get, of course. Impressive stuff in Proto. Look, I haven't been quite honest with the truth. It isn't just down to Dynasty. It also comes down to the final week of play if Dynasty do win. And it would come down to Altered Edge to deny Circular Spheres in week 7. Proto, what are the odds? What do you reckon? Do we see Altered Edge hit their form in the final week of play and get a grip up?
Yeah, no. As much as I'd love for that to be the case in the storyline that unfolds for us, Panda, they just clawed through today. Keep in mind that was off the back of some pretty big mistakes from Dynasty. So I don't think Circular Spheres make those kind of mistakes, if I'm being completely honest. But at the end of the day, I mean, they won today. Who's to say that on the game day, the same mistakes aren't made and they win again?
Well, look, it would actually come down to both of them. Altered Edge and Dynasty need to pull out wins for Get a Grip to actually make it through. But let's have a look at the standings. Let's look at the page, the snippet of life here in the OCL as it ends today. 15 points for Circular Spheres. You can see it. 2 weeks, 2 play days. Get a Grip. I mean, it doesn't matter. And if it's overtime victories here for them, Cthulhu, if they get 2 victories regardless, and Circular Spheres lose both their matches, there is a hope and a dream alive. But it's the bottom 3 that I'm looking here. With 2 play days remaining, the bottom 3 could result in a bit of a shakeup. And technically, the bottom 5 could have a bit of a shakeup.
Very much so, yeah. The general kind of standing of the leaderboard is still very much volatile. I mean, we've seen today, even for Big Dogs, who started things off on a 5th place, they managed to propel themselves into the 3rd place. And with that said, they could still keep things up, because their next matchup is against 1620 Kings. That is a matchup, at least in terms of the namings, that pretty much spans out almost to stage 2 of 2021. So that could be in a certain way a historical matchup to really happen. But honestly, yeah, I don't think we looked in any shape or form for any of the positions, really, with the way how things been going. At least it's good to see that Antic Esports are, or rather, sorry, ex-Antic Esports. I have a peek over at Liquipedia and it completely throws me off, but Get a Grip LFO certainly still have that dream running, and they have been on a good recovery.
Well, look, gentlemen, it brings us to the end of Playday number 5, and the only certainty we have is that Get a Grip still have a chance, small as it is. So if you at home want to figure out how this whole story plays out, you're going to have to come back next week to figure out, well, can Get a Grip hold on, keep their chances alive? Can Circular Spheres lock it in? And will Nuttery ever change Antic's name to Get a Grip LFO on Wikipedia? You'll have to find out next week. We'll see you then. Have a good one, guys.
I'm a boss. I'm that chick that you don't